Perhaps now our audio will function? Bum bum bum. Okie dokie, we have found our issue. And on with the show. All right, let's see. We must get our duckies all back in a row because trying to chase down a sound problem is not conducive to doing what we came here for. Alrighty. Hello, potential viewers, either at this current time or video on Mirror Lady, go away. Mirror, whoever. Thank you. Okay, so today we are going to be taking a look at, well, there's no need to go to space at this moment. We are going to be taking a look at the Eagle. So this ship is specifically designed to be a torpedo boat by the developers, and I'm not showcasing it at this exact moment, but when you first get the ship, it comes basically with just all torpedoes and is like, you have fun with that. It also comes with an experimental weapon that can be fired while under the effects of an enhanced battle cloak, which is a unique feature, especially because it is a energy-based weapon and not a projectile. And the ship comes with an enhanced battle cloak. I honestly do not know how useful that's going to be, because the console that is unique to the ship, this covert warhead module, will have us firing torpedoes so swiftly that I'm not sure that if, oh, we are damaged? How? Well, you know what? There we go. Honestly, I've done nothing with this ship. So, I do not know. I do not know how we are in that state. Although I think I may have soloed an ISA like way back when I first poked at the ship, because I was just like, wow, this seems to be doing decently. Let's see what it can do. Regardless, this fires so frequently. I believe it takes our refire rate down to, let's see, 0.5 seconds. So, yeah, I think that, not that, I think that it will very likely, be that it just fires far too frequently for our enhanced battle cloak to actually like pop up and go back. So, I don't know. We'll find out if enhanced battle cloak is honestly that great of a feature. Although as a ship with an enhanced battle cloak, it's very well suited to exotic shenanigans, which this ship was already built to do. I placed this build on all of the anniversary ships to level them in a patrol swiftly, keep those Mokai from zipping about, keep my fish all in one barrel so I can shoot them all nice and easy. So this build should be quite effective, frankly. But I have not shown it being put through its paces. I have not soloed an ISA on stream, or like I don't think I soloed an ISA on stream way back then. And even so, that we weren't featuring that ship at the time, so we can always just do it again and find out, because to be frank, I don't exactly remember how well that went. I think I may have died a few times because the ship is, a bit on the squishy side. Hello, Gowdy man. Naya, ada uwu, indeed. But, so let us do a little check here, because we can always, test this first build's metal, see what happens, and then you know, go from there. Try building it other ways. Maybe we need a more kinetic focused build than this. Because I do not believe we are not using this commander, lieutenant, or rather this command, lieutenant commander, to use concentrate firepower 3, which is, you know, kind of like purposely here on this boat specifically for, you know, from the developers, they put it here specifically for it being a torp boat. And yeah, the truth is I have not done all that much, even theory crafting with this ship because I was just so distracted by the monitor and how beautiful it is. And so, yeah, we are going to put the ship through its paces. Now, let's just double check and make sure that our abilities are all on the bar. Stations. Let's see. Photonic shockwave. Jam targeting sensors. And these are all controls that are being used. Tachyon, that is not a control. These are controls that are being used to trigger unconventional systems because this build is designed to capitalize on science exotic active consoles. Clean Getaway is a pilot ability that counts as a control. So that has been a very nice little thing from Pilot. And, you know, the Pilot rework. Scramble sensors. Yes. Tractor beam repulsors. Yes. Again, these are controls. Very cold in space. So I do believe, gravity well, that we have accounted for these things. Photonic officer. Yes. Fire at will, scatter volley. Clean Getaway was already. Reinforcements squadron. You know, honestly, I'm not sure we need to be using that because I have found that remarkably underwhelming. Emergency powered engines, yep, but let us find this reinforcement squadron. Where are you just on here being triggered at your leisure? Yes, there you are. Okay. So everything's on the bar. Let's check our traits real quick. Oh, well, you know, I'll show you the build. So it's currently built for exotic shenanigans. So revolutionary deflector, the revolutionary warp core for the 2-piece of this set, which is exotic crit chance and crit severity. The Tilly 2-piece for, you know, which is the shield and the impulse engine in this particular instance, to get our juicy hull regeneration rate that helps us to not die, preferably. We are using the Delphic Tear generator, the Constriction Anchor. Both of these are bonus exotic damage. The Delphic Tear does some decent damage as an active clicky as well in an AoE. And you know, it's like a shotgun in front of your ship. And the Constriction Anchor, honestly, just we send that out as we see fit because it, you know, doesn't really do much. So it's more here for its passive. The Plasma Storm module, that gives us a little bit of exotic particle generators, some control expertise, which is always useful on a fake science ship trying to be a science ship because your gravity well is likely not going to be terribly sizable, but it is primarily here for the delightful exotic damage that it does to all things in its area of effect. The Fakiri Torment engine boosts our dots. It boosts radiation damage, fire, plasma, and we do have some like plasma, for example, with this torpedo, but it is just well known for being a science booster that is worth suffering through the mission from which it comes, which is called Leap of Faith, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see here. The Neutronic Eddy generator comes from the weather control ship, the Rysian weather control ship. That was a event ship, but is now available in Mud's Market. Only buy it if it's on a 75% off sale. Do not be the fool who doesn't read the flavor text, which I don't think they put that flavor text on everything. I think it's only on the only time I've definitively seen it is the Rysian Corvette, where it says only a fool would buy this at full price. And that warning needs to be on absolutely everything in that market. Temporal Vortex Probe. I believe that this came from an event as well. And if I'm not mistaken, I do not believe it is actually currently available in any way, shape, or form if you weren't here for it. So, sorry about that, y'all. If you don't have it, then it's, kind of a case of toughness. But if I were going to replace this, it would probably be with, let's see, Nucleogenic Igniter. This has done some work when I tried it out. It's a 10 kilometer, which is your full combat radius, dot, sort of. Like, it's not actually a dot, but, it affects everything within that combat radius. And so it can be a sizable contributor to your, wiping the field. And this comes from the Equinox, which is a standard C-Store ship. So, quite accessible by STO terms. Let us see what is next. Decentralized Immunity. This comes from the Terran Trailblazer from the 12th Anniversary Bundle, which can be purchased separately, but I do not recommend breaking that bundle. It comes with the Terran, or perhaps it's called Mirror Angle Strike Escort, Strike Wing Escort. What exactly is its name? Ships. Mirror. The Mirror Angle Strike Wing Escort. And that comes with a quite good experimental weapon, as well as one of the bestest traits in the game for carriers. And it's exclusive to the bundle, so don't break that bundle. Make sure you buy it all as one. But yes, this is for our critical severity, which scales off of exotic particle generators. So if you are doing an exotic shenanigans build, such as this one, it does some work. It's 13.5% critical severity. And it gives us a little immunity drone that we can pop out to save ourselves. That is currently, let's see, where are you? Here? Yes, I had it going off basically from the spam bar, which I think we shall relocate that so that we can more judiciously use it when we need to not die, because, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Destruction of enemy area defenses is this console that comes from the ship itself. I'm honestly more interested in the passive of this console than the active ability, but, we will see what it does. And as for the passive, it's 28% projectile damage, which is, useful on a torp boat. But specifically because the ship has pilot maneuvers as a pilot vessel, it lowers our global cooldown to 0.5 seconds for torpedoes. So we should be a torpedo hose, basically. Let's see here. Now, this destruction of enemy area defenses says after 3 seconds plus nearly 10,000 stealth, which is a substantial number. So you should be very, very hidden. Applies enhanced battle cloak for 15 seconds, can be used when cloaked. Current shield power set to 0, plus 150 defense rating, plus 4.5 flight speed, plus 15 flight turn rate. During this time, flying near each foe plants a bomb that detonates at the end. Energy weapons offline. Applies destruction of enemy area defenses. And it claims that these explosions do 53,372 kinetic damage with our current setup, plus 3.8 repel, and after 3.5 seconds, AI command, whatever that means. But that might be like the detonation timer. In regard to the rest of the things on the build, we have our assimilated module, which is here for the critical chance, critical severity. The damage control is very slight, but it does help with our passive regeneration. Starship control expertise, again, is very useful in this case because we do have a gravity well equipped. The bioneural infusion circuits is the best. Oh, well, I shall tell you. The assimilated module comes from the Omega reputation. The bioneural infusion circuits comes from the Lobby store. and is the best singular source of crit severity in the game. It also improves our hull capacity and provides control expertise, so it is also excellent on any ship that's doing exotics. The Lorca's custom fire controls is one of the best critical chance consoles in the game, and the two-piece, when paired with either the quantum torpedo launcher or the wide-angle dual-beam bank from Discovery Rep, will give you about approximately 25% crit severity increase. That stacks up when you successfully land a critical. We are also using a gravimetric photon torpedo, which is an excellent torpedo that comes from the Dyson Joint Command. We are using this one because it is exotically based. It has, in the little rift that it has a chance of spawning, is like a little pink gravity well. It's not nearly as, potent in terms of pull or size, but it does some very good work. And howdy man, we don't just do this for our active viewers, we also do it for people who might view it in video on demand. Let's see here. Right, so this is an exotic torpedo, although it can be useful even outside of a exotic focused build. The particle emission plasma torpedo is also exotically based. This one is a crafted torpedo, so you can either craft it for yourself after a great deal of grinding and suffering, or you can just buy it off of the exchange from somebody who has done that to themselves and probably enjoyed it. So, everybody has an opinion on crafting. Mine is meh, or also known as no thank you. Neutronic torpedo launcher. This comes from the Delta Alliance reputation, if I'm not mistaken. Let's just do a little checky check here to make sure that Neko is not lying. Yep, neutronic torpedo. It just hits quite hard. It's got a this radiation damage to foes within 3 kilometers of target, so it's an AoE as well. The dark matter quantum torpedo is on here because of the two-piece, but also the dot that it imparts to targets is get the what? If you craft the particle emission plasma torpedo, you are going to get it, but you are going to have to grind to the point of being able to do it. So, it's up to you. But the dark matter quantum torpedo, it puts a dot on things, which, has all kinds of synergies with our current build due to being temporal spec. I'm using temporal spec primary and miracle worker secondary. And yeah, that should do some work. We have the enhanced biomolecular photon torpedo on here, which is not necessarily particularly impressive with, what we're currently doing, but it would be if we were using a torpedo high yield skill, or if we were using concentrate firepower, which we are not currently doing, but, we might even sacrifice one of our unconventional system triggers to slot it on here, but, we will have to see. So, would you like to warp? No, thank you. I will just go back the way I came. And let us first go into a patrol to make sure that our things are all working, make sure macros are working. And I will also actually be taking a moment to reset my macros, because I know that whenever I start streaming, there's some unfortunate interaction that prevents the thing from going. Alrighty, we are close enough to Deep Space Nine that I'm going to take that moment. Let's see here. Make it go. Yes. Is there anything else that is already functioning? All right, we may in fact be good to go. So to test, we will do a patrol though, just to make sure. We also want to make sure that our parser is functional. No, I was not talking about the fancy science console. Gaudy man. Though that could be useful on a build focusing on exotics. That's not what we are doing here. Not really, like we're sort of focusing on exotics. Now, I'm realizing that before we run off, I should inform you of the traits. So as a tactical captain, a good day to die is always something that you should be getting. Or, aiming for eventually. It costs 35 million usually on the exchange, and it comes from a lockbox. Or you can luck into, if you're opening lockboxes, a choice of space trait. And from the Infinity box specifically, the Boimler effect, you can purchase this from the Lobby store, or you can buy it off of the exchange for a rather significant amount. It's probably about 80 to 90 million when there's no Lobby store sale, but I think I've seen it as low as 65 million. It's a pretty substantial investment for the purposes of cooldowns if you are going to go this route. I personally like to slot it just to make sure that my stuff cools down as best as it can. Unconventional systems, this also comes from a lockbox and will usually be also around that 35 mil range. When activating Control Bridge Officer abilities, it cools down your universal consoles, so it's very, very useful for this particular exotic shenanigans that we're doing, but it can be useful for all kinds of things, like cooling down the DPRM console from the Atlas, or, anything else that is a good performer, the Domino console, etc. Particle Manipulator, that is from R&D. You must get your science R&D level up to 15 to unlock this trait, which will take you quite some time. And based off of your exotic particle generators, it gives you critical hit chance and critical hit severity. The chance caps at 50% and at 250 particle generators, but the critical hit severity, to the best of my knowledge, has no upper limit. Adaptive offense is also a lockbox trait, so you should again expect that to be somewhere around that 35 mil range, but the market is fickle and you might catch it lower or higher depending on the market cycle. This starts at 2.7 crit chance, but it turns into critical severity, so it's nearly a 10% critical severity increase at the end of the day. Terran targeting systems is also from a lockbox, so again, 35 mil. We do not promise cheap builds on the Neko channel, the bestest Neko channel. We are, we're doing some things, and one day you may also be able to afford expensive things if you grind or, open your wallet like the devs want you to. So Terran targeting systems, again, lockbox, so you can find any lockbox thing on the exchange, or you will have to luck into it with the choice of space trait and, take the ones that are good. The penalty here of incoming critical hits will reduce your speed by 10% is honestly just so negligible that 15% critical severity is for the win. The fleet coordinator trait, if I am not mistaken, is basically just something that the game gives to you freely on every character. And when you're by yourself, it's just 2% bonus all damage, but when you're on a team, it's 10%. So it is a quite substantial category 2 buff that is free. The enlightened trait that I'm using here comes from a lockbox as well. In this case, we are using it for the 15% exotic damage and also 15% hull regeneration because, we don't want to die. I opened my wallet and they pried it open permanently. Well, no, Gaudy man, that is you. You opened it once and then you just decided to leave it open because ooh woo. Nice shiny things that you must buy. Fragment of AI tech is being used here for the fact that it's basically the singular greatest source of starship control expertise because we want our gravity well to not suck, and we are stuck at a level 1 because we do not have a commander science station. And as you can see here, I am displaying it, that we have a 7.3 kilometer radius on our gravity well. So it's not bad. It's not the 12 kilometer max cap possible, but you're going to be very, very hard pressed to get to that cap on a level 1 gravity well anyway. You would generally need gravity well 3. Let's see here. We are also using regenerative control synergy. This trait, did I tell you where this one comes from? Fragment of AI tech. That is also a lockbox one. I am so very sorry to the underprivileged or the brand new players who are like, oh my gosh, this build, it would take how many 100 million to create? Yes, I'm sorry, but you know, you'll get there. Regenerative control synergy. This actually just comes from a mission. Do I remember the name of that mission off the top of my head? It's in the New Frontiers story arc. You know what? We'll just go ahead and look it up so that this one little crumb I can give to you, any poor little viewers that come along and are like, oh my gosh, why is everything so expensive? This one is free. All it costs is your time. Is it of Sign's Importance, perhaps? Let's see.
Starfleet needs intel on that protomatter activity.
That is not what I wanted to hear from you, sir. Perhaps information? Yes. This is the one it comes from, of Sign's Importance. There you go, in the New Frontiers arc there. That is the breadcrumb that I can provide to you. And then, let's see here. We also have Intelligence Agent Attaché, which, surprise, surprise, also comes from a lockbox. And when your weapons critically hit, it restores 2% of your captain ability recharge. So it allows our potent tactical captain abilities to be more frequently cycled. And of course, that applies to all captains, but we happen to be on a tactical. As for our starship traits, we are using Improved Gravity Well. This is a trait that comes from the pilot starships. There is a Federation, Klingon, and Romulan version of said ships. So, you know, I got mine from the Andorian, and the Fed versions are Andorian themed, so I got mine from the Andorian one, but you can just go find it from one of them. Also, the wiki is your friend, people, so you can look up and find out where any of these things are from for more detail than Neko is providing in this video. Spore-infused anomaly comes from the Somerville Science ship, which is also just from the C-Store. These are both just from the C-Store. And it produces a nice AoE explosion whenever you activate a science or intel ability, and we have plenty of science on this ship. Kick them while they're down. This is from a lockbox ship, but it's available in the Muds market. It's a Sona vessel. I believe it's the Sona, perhaps it's an Intel battle cruiser, but don't quote me on that. It comes in a Muds bundle though, so you can also get it in a Muds bundle, which you will have to go look up because I do not recall off the top of my head, and the Muds bundles are not always available for me to go and look and tell you which bundle something is in. We have Improved Photonic Officer. This comes from a ship that comes from the Lobi store, which means it is relatively expensive. It's a 400 million EC ship on the exchange, usually, but you know, prices do fluctuate. And we are using this because it grants us a extended duration of Photonic Officer, which cools down our abilities, but very specifically for the 25% bonus exotic damage. Also, I realize I did not state what Kick Them While They're Down does from the lockbox ship that I got from the Muds bundle. But when you activate a control ability on an enemy that is already affected by a control ability, you gain plus 5% critical chance for 15 seconds, which can stack up to 5 times. I normally find that this provides between 10 to 15% critical chance to me when I am using a very control-focused build, such as this one, which is trying to take advantage of unconventional systems. We are also using the Weaponized Exotic Particles ability from the Terran Trailblazer from the 12th anniversary bundle. This is just a C-Store ship, and it provides plus 75% Starship Exotic Particle Generators whenever you activate a firing mode. So in this case, we have Beam Fire at Will and Cannon Scatter Volley. These will not stack it, but it will basically guarantee we have constant uptime of it. And so that synergizes with our Particle Manipulator trait here by giving us exotic particles for, general damage increasing, but it also increases our exotic critical chance and our exotic critical severity. We are also using Entwined Tactical Matrices, which comes from the Gagarin Miracle Worker Cruiser. So that is also a C-Store ship. And whenever we activate a weapon firing mode, well, specifically Fire at Will and Cannon Scatter Volley, it gives us a torpedo spread. So this allows us to fire off torpedo spreads far more frequently than we would otherwise with our current build. It is also capable of providing you with Fire at Will 1 and Scatter Volley 1 whenever you activate torpedo spread. So, this has a lot of interesting interactions that can be used in a variety of ways. I'm not going to go into all of those details in this exact moment, but for the purposes of this build, we are using it for, maximum power to the torpedo spreads. As for space reputation, we are using Advanced Targeting Systems, which is 20% crit severity when you are rank 2. Precision, plus 5% critical hit chance. We are using Particle Generator Amplifier for 6.3% bonus exotic damage. We are using Auxiliary Power Configuration Offense for, at this moment, 7.4% bonus all damage based on auxiliary power, which we have maximum auxiliary power since this boat is torpedo-based and exotic-based. And so, why would we be putting all of our power over into weapons? We are also using Automated Protomatter Conduits because this is one of the best survival boosters that you can get. It is generally a 50% uptime of a very potent hull regeneration rate, and it also does, something for your shields. Not nearly as much as that hull regen rate does, but, every bit counts when you are trying to not die. So that is us having gone completely over the build, and that is why Neko streams are so long, is because look how long that took just to read to you all of the things. I hope you appreciate the effort that just went into Neko telling you these things. All right. And I hope you appreciate the dryness of Neko's mouth. Rescue and search. We are going to 35 minutes. Gouty Man keeps, he checked the stopwatch. Now, we're going to go in here. Neko voice so soothing. Ooh, woo, indeed. And if you fall asleep, I have provided a service. But a tip in the jar. Alrighty, we are not going to go off, too hard on these things immediately. We are going to just fire torpedoes and use our spammable abilities. We will use our crazy exotic capabilities later when they are... Oh, look at those torpedoes. They are just going off. Now, that reminds Neko that we should take a moment to look at our duty officers because, it would be just like Neko to completely forget and not have torpedo duty officers. Let's see here.
That rift's unstable. We need to hurry or those ships won't make it.
Roster. Active space. The ships will be fine. Flight deck officer. At least we do have projectile weapons officers on, but we do not need flight deck officers at this time. So I'm going to look at... There's a duty officer that I believe it's a antimatter specialist. So let's just go ahead and select that here from our drop down to narrow our results. Mine is named Lespsa. That does not mean that that's the only version that has this power, but Gravity Well has a 20% chance per second to knock enemy engines offline, which just makes it all the more sucky. Your enemies just don't go anywhere. So we're going to slot that because we are using a Gravity Well. There is also the duty officer that provides a chance for aftershock gravity wells, which generally never goes off for me, but we might as well slot it because we do have it. Let's see here. Aftershock, gravity well, except for this one is not bound to us. It's a gravimetric scientist. We will sort. Gravimetric scientist. Yeah, this is the one that is locked to us. Let's see. We're going to look at our abilities real quick to see if there's anything else that jumps out at an echo. Something that could be beneficial. Well, there is a duty officer that increases your control expertise whenever you use emergency powered engines, but I think it's also a matter-antimatter specialist and you can only have one equipped. So I'm going to check real quick to see if Neko is correct about that. Matter-antimatter specialist. I do not see it here, so maybe it is something else, which means we are lucky. I believe I have a purple quality version, so we're going to sort to purple and see if we can locate what this thing is. Also, these nurses that provide hull regeneration could be a useful thing to slot if you're having trouble with survival and you have a free slot that's generally like, let's put whatever we want here. Searching. I do have one on this character, do I not? Well, we have not come across it thus far. You know what? We are actually going to take the moment to look at the wiki because I want to know. So Star Trek Online emergency power to engine. It should be listed on the wiki. There's often helpful information like, duty officers that it's modified by, which we are seeing a damage control engineer, chance to reduce the recharge time of emergency power to subsystem abilities, matter-antimatter specialist, increase control resistance when using emergency powered engines. I think that that's control expertise. So do I not have it on this character, even though maybe I only have a blue rank? We shall see. Warp core engineer, chance of temporarily improving your ship power on use of emergency power ability. There's also 2 other warp core engineer versions. Chance of removing all debuffs on use of any emergency power ability. And chance to reduce singularity lockout with emergency power abilities. So let us check here. Matter-antimatter specialist. That is what we were looking for previously, is it not? All right. Specialization. Matter-antimatter specialist. Let us expand our search to the blues. Nope. You know what? Maybe I just don't have it on this character, which, whatever. I'm pretty sure that you can only slot one of these at a time anyway. So, for example, we will attempt slotting this one, which is already locked to us, over this flight deck officer and see if we get an error. Yep, you cannot have more than one of that category. So, lame. But, as I said before, we do not care because we will just do a purple nurse for additional survivability, which will give us 20% hull regen. So whop. Boop-a-doo. Alrighty. We should save this loadout since we have... Why is it not saying that we have... there are unsafe changes? Whatever. Game. Whatever. Okay. Duty officers do not count, the game says, erroneously. There are Klingons warping into your location. Tough for them, huh? Look at all those torps. Blah, 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 blam, blam, blam. Although very interestingly, they do not seem to be cooling down. Or like, I would expect a torpedo hose to be occurring, but that's like, it rapidly fires, but then there is a delay. Thank you. Is it possible you do not have enough torpedoes facing forward? That should not be possible. We also have not tried to use our enhanced battle cloak, perhaps. Perhaps we shall. We will see if it does anything at all. But I suspect that we fire things off far too rapidly. We will basically never be cloaked. But if we get our ambush bonus, like if it ends up counting it, then that could be useful. We will see.
Bad news, I'm afraid. Klingons are approaching our position.
That's a racist, Kumarki. Launch all the things. All right. So, is the parser working? No, it is not. Let me see here. We shall take a moment to... There we go. Okay. This is why we do the patrol first, to determine these problems and work them out ahead of time. Enhanced battle cloak. Go. Oh, we have cloaked. Let us check for ambush bonus. You know, assuming that our things don't shift around too much so that we can try to see ambush. Enhanced battle cloak is saying that, but we want to look for ambush. I'm not seeing a cloak cloak ambush. Dun dun dun. So we will see if that is routinely, you know, coming online for us. And if it is, then that is actually a substantial damage boost. It is bonus damage, and I honestly don't recall off the top of my head how much bonus damage that is, but we will look into it. Are we still enhanced battle cloaked? I'm curious if perhaps we got knocked out of it by something. Because I do not see us recloaking. Perhaps. Or we are just firing things off too frequently and it's like, nope, you are not cloaking. We will find out when all of our enemies, you know, when they stop flying in to be immediately murderated. Although I see our shields are basically constantly offline, so I do suspect we are meant to be enhanced battle cloaked. Let us see. I'm not seeing that little vertical triangle for a cloak ambush. It says we're still enhanced battle cloaked. I'm guessing if we stopped firing, we would recloak. So we'll find out in a moment. I am not cloaked.
I think that was the last of... Indeed.
Although
Kumarki
Kumarki talking to us should decloak us. Not now. We want our noms. Interesting. Let us see what happens when we collect loot. When we collect loot, it decloaks us, which is an expected behavior. Let us see. I want to see when we stop collecting our noms after we... Oh, I forgot. I forgot our theme song. Presents for Neko. Nom 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 nom. Every time I have this glorious Christmas tree of noms after rescue and search patrol. It is Christmas. A trash panda's Christmas, where we take all of this junk to Quark and sell it off. But once we stop collecting loot, I want to see, oh, our inventory is full? How irresponsible. We should have gone to Quark before we started our misadventures to make sure that we had enough room for all of our stuff. We will open these Endeavor boxes. That will help a little bit. I'm sure we will very shortly be like, nope, you are full. Yep, again. Let us see here. Batteries are what I normally like to get rid of. Big own. You as well. And I'm noticing that our enhanced battle cloak is not stating that it is present. Like, why? Does it get kicked off for picking up loot? Maybe, I think I picked up a few loots while we were doing the patrol, so I don't frequently fly things with an enhanced battle cloak. I normally am flying with a normal cloak, so there might be some quirks to this that we're going to be discovering together. All right, let's talk to Marquet, and
In the meantime, we'll
let's see,
remain
that's a
here to
cloak
complete our
ambush?
research.
Yep, I think even talking to her has, like, disabled. Yep, see, it's on cooldown. Noted. We were going to have to definitely look into this and see what's what. Don't you dare pick up loot. That honestly seems like a failure of design. You should be able to pick up loot while enhanced battle cloaked. Like, it can decloak you because you picked up the loot, but then it shouldn't, like, you know, put it on cooldown so that you have to recast it. The amount of loot that can drop. Are you kidding me? Come on now. This is also why Neko firmly believes we need loot pets in Star Trek Online. All those cosmetic shuttles that will, like, follow you around and stuff, it should your noms for you. Beaming onto Deep Space Nine so that we can go to Quark and sell off all of our treasure. You know what they say, one Neko's trash is a Ferengi's treasure. Selling all the things. This will just be a momentary delay while we're having a minor layover. While we push this button incessantly. There's a macro for this. I have a macro for this. If you do not have a macro for this, I recommend that you spare your carpals the tunneling that will occur. Macros are your friend. Alrighty. So, let us check and see. Open this box. Sort our stuff so that we have... Yes, and again, the next time the C-store has a sale, we are going to be getting maximum inventory slots. It is mandatory. Alrighty, so... I like human things. Endless Ferengi 2400. Oh, indeed. Let's see here. I'm not sure any of the things that we just sold were human things, but Quark was happy to have them. Let's see here. I am curious to try a Hive Onslaught Advanced solo with this little hack of gum looking ship. Advanced. Start private task force operation. On the bestest Neko channel, we like to put ships through their paces. The trial by fire is literal. Alrighty. We might as well have our threatening stance on because there is nothing else here that they will be firing at, and it will increase our hull capacity as it stacks up, which will improve our survivability. we will activate our enhanced battle cloak. When we are decloaked, there is a very high chance that the Borg will reach out and touch us with their tractor beams, which will disable that ability. So, you know, we will try to actually kind of stay at a reasonable distance. I'm going to try and target that central one and go off. That's something. Oh, we're going in cloaked. That's going to be very useful.
Your efforts are futile.
You will not know what hits you until it is too late.
Another.
Okay, we want... reverse, reverse. Okay. Go! Bam! Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. We are setting off all of our buffs. We're setting off all of our deeps. Interesting. Okay, yeah, things are going. Ooh, no. No, 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 do not do that. Okay, we're surviving, we're fine. It's fine, we're fine. Alright, yeah, we are surviving. So far. I'm going to activate our little immunity doodly-doot. Go! There we go. And we're going to get in here and assault these spheres if we can. If we can target them, yes please. Good, because the ads are what's going to get you, right? Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 no. So we have triggered our temporal ultimate, which saved our Tuchus from imminent doom. I am relatively unimpressed by how swiftly these tactical, like this tactical cube. Ooh, no, we are a dead pack of gum. I am actually surprised by how, you know, not dead these things are when we are attacking them specifically. But, you know, we shall see. You know, the deeps numbers are showing some work being done, but the proof is in derp herding. And even though we have perished, we are still posting a respectable damage number. Though we are aggressively on fire. We must do our very best not to have our victims explode in our face. Let's see, I do believe that I need... Ooh, ouch. I was just about to say I need to readjust these so that our immunity bubble can be utilized without our poor little wing. Poor little wing. Alright, enhanced battle cloak. Which again, I am not sure that that's doing us any favors because of how rapidly we fire things off. Go, get it! Let us see. How will our bee survive? Oh, not very well at all at this particular moment. It would be very useful if we could see what we are doing, am I right? All this debris floating about. Get it? The good thing is, though, that we are using exotics and we are not using energy weapons, although our experimental weapon is energy-based. So that might not do us any favors. We might murder ourselves on the Borg Queen's feedback pulse. Oh, I picked up loot. My mistake. Our deeps have been respectable considering that we have died twice already. Alright, let's reactivate our enhanced battle cloak and then not Pick up any loot, no matter how tempted we are. And I'm trying to stay... Well, see, the problem is you want to stay outside of 5 kilometers so that they can't tractor you. But if I'm outside of 5 kilometers, then my tractor beam repulsors are not assisting my deeps.
Victory, where none can be had.
Quite the dilemma. Alrighty. Ooh, ouchie.
Your efforts are futile. Destroy this vessel, and I will
I
claim
cannot quite.
another.
Where are you, Borg Queen? Oh, there you are. Let us try to burn her down before... Nope, immunity bubble is already gone. Well, hopefully our control abilities will bring that back online. We are at the very least not murdering ourselves on her feedback pulse, so yay us. This is why Neko loves kinetics. Dun, dun, dun. And we are victorious. So we came away with that, you know, approximately 126k DPS. So
Is not the end.
not shabby. Although it would be delightful if we had not died in this process. So, no, we're going to have to look into that. All right. I'm honestly not sure that the enhanced battle cloak does us any favors. Even if we weren't firing off a bunch of exotic abilities as well, because you can fire off exotic abilities while, and I think just generally most non-attack abilities, unless it's, you know, a torpedo. Torpedoes and exotics are kind of generally what you can do while you are enhanced battle cloak. But we can also just, well, you know, anything that's specifically enemy targeted won't show, but we can enhance battle cloak and see our abilities haven't shut down. We can activate them. Just you can't fire energy weapons while you are currently cloaked, but we're not even using them anyway. So, but yeah, our torpedoes constantly going off would decloak us every time they fire. Our exotic abilities going off would decloak us. So I'm honestly not sure why this ship has an enhanced battle cloak, because, you know, I don't know. But, you know, why not? Might as well have one. Let's see, leave the map. Did we already eat all of our noms? I think we already nommed our noms. Oh, there's one. Nom. Nom. Is there anything else? No. Okay, so leave a map. I think we shall look at our build real quick to see if there's any adjustment that we want to do to perhaps not die. For this particular incarnation, I'd kind of be inclined to maybe sacrifice kick them while they're down. It's probably quite potent, and I would be kind of loath to do so, but of the things that we've got going on here, I think that it's probably contributing. Like, it's definitely doing some work, though, but perhaps not enough work that, you know, slotting Honor Dead would probably, you know, do us some immense favors for not dying. So I am inclined to do that. And of the traits that we have available to swap out, I'm thinking that the rest are perhaps a little bit more essential to our build. Although, weaponized exotic particles maybe could be sacrificed. It depends. Like, we'll be losing crit one way or another, but if we take out weaponized exotic particles, we would be losing some crit from our exotics particle manipulator, but kick them while they're down provides crit globally. So that is our torpedoes and this. it is a toss-up. Honestly, I don't know off the top of my head. We're not going to try that hard. So we're going to just go ahead and history will remember. No, we want Honored Dead. Now, Honored Dead comes from the Sarcophagus, which is a Klingon-specific lockbox ship. But if you have cross-faction flying unlocked, which is automatically unlocked by the 11th anniversary bundle, or by getting a Klingon to level 65, you can use the ship on anyone, and it is in one of the MUDs bundles. I haven't personally purchased it because, I didn't really feel particularly inclined. I'm like, oh, I already have, the trait on the characters that I would expect to care, and the other ships in the bundle, I was like, I'm good. But when that bundle comes back out, I think I very much will like to have it because this trait it does so much work. It's 200, basically it stacks up to 200 damage resistance points, which translates into just a very high damage resistance rating at the end of the day. And if you partner it with this reputation space trait, Advanced Hull Reinforcements, which provides 12.5%, or it's 12.5 flat, whatever. It's bonus all damage resistance rating. And that has a tendency to take something that, like, if your ship was sitting at 18, somewhere around 20, it would bump you up to 30. But if you're at like 60, you might find yourself like at 73 damage resistance rating. So I find that it interacts quite nicely with a high damage resistance build. So yeah, that would do some work for keeping us alive. But we are going to attempt just Honored Dead at this point and not cut into our deeps too much, just to see, it might be enough. We already have heaps of hull regeneration. It's also going to add 25% hull regeneration on top of what we already have, plus damage resistance rating, so it is very probable that it will be sufficient. Private. We're going to do an ISA, and after we do this, we will have plenty of time to start working on another build. The other builds that I would be curious about for this would be, energy-based, to see, can it do energy work? I'm sure it can, just like, generally it's an escort, it's fine. It may not really, be... let us repair our damage real quick. It may not be taking full advantage of the abilities that it has, but... the specializations that it has on it, but, can it pew? And then also we will be looking at putting on that concentrate to firepower 3, because that is the torpedo boon that the ship was basically designed to have. And as for pilots, the pilot rework I still find incredibly meh. So if you're wondering why Neko's like, why aren't you talking about all the pilot amazingness? It's because, in Neko's opinion, the pilot is not amazingness and still needs aggressive rework to not be the suck. Doing some work, blowing everything away just now. We are going to use our pilot abilities, however, to get over here nice and swiftly. And I think we are going to hope that we're going to allow these generators to be taken out naturally by our presence. We are not going to focus them. Let's see, why is this looking all highlighted? Is there something there? Paul Kobayashi Maru. Okay, nothing. Who cares? Yes, doing some work. And we are alive. Note that we are alive.
A probe is closing in on a transformer. Destroy it.
Alrighty, heading to our next destination.
A probe is closing in on a transformer. Destroy it!
We are surprisingly well. I would not have expected even Honored Dead to necessarily have given us the degree of durability that we are experiencing. This is doing very well. This pack of gum is doing some work. Neko is actually very much enjoying this. I, however, do not know if I have managed to prevent myself from trying to pick some loot up, so we may have lost our enhanced battle cloak, and I just am unawares. Pilot maneuvers are always fun. And can also be a excellent... Oh, activate our immunity bubble. We are actually taking it pretty hard at the moment. And that is one of the reasons why we have our decentralized immunity. Looks like everything's dead except for this tactical cube, hopefully. Which will complete... Oh no, we have definitely lost our enhanced battle cloak now. We just got tractor beamed. Activating enhanced battle cloak. We will see if it does anything. With a torpedo build, you don't really need to be right up cuddling things. And in fact, there is a torpedo trait that called Sniper, which comes from the Alliance Raider, which is going to be in an upcoming mud bundle. If it's not currently out, I'll have to check. You know, in fact, the mud bundles may all be back. I will have to look. But Sniper increases your damage when you fire torpedoes from a distance, which might be something that we could slot to this build if we do not, you know, if we take some of our focus away from exotics. Whoops. Except for we do not want to have backed ourselves off that far. That was an accident. Blam. So we ended this with 175k DPS on a solo run, and we didn't die even once. This is a potent stick of gum. Pack of gum. Stick of gum. A little bit thick for a stick of gum, but... do not die in our face, please. There we go. And we are going to arm our noms. I'm not leaving this loot behind just because I might have viewers. Are you kidding me? No. You will enjoy Neko arming the noms. Nom 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 nom. Hold on, there's a macro for this too. Num, 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 num. There we go. And then over here. I do think it's cute how it pulls its wings in when it jumps forward. Reminds me of a cat. When they put their ears back when they're anticipating your hand coming to their face. They're like, yes, yes, I'm ready. Oh, I'm specifically thinking of my little favorite baby monkey. My little Biddy. You haven't even touched her head yet. And you can, these are just a little bit, then put your hand right there and her ears go down. And she's like, I'm ready. It's so cute. All right, let's see here. Leave the map. Yep. So that did very well. Honestly, we're going to need to take this build back into Hive Onslaught Advanced solo if we weren't, wanted to find out if this was sufficient to basically make it tank that solo as well. And if it does, then, that is certainly something that would be a feather in this thing's cap. It can solo ISA. Of course, we were doing a faux science build. But there's nothing wrong with that. However, true to Neko's expensive build tastes. Some of the things on my build are actually not that cheap either, in terms of like consoles that we didn't even cover where all of these things came from. The Delphic Tear generator, that comes from a lockbox, so you will find that on the exchange for probably generally around 8 mil. Constriction Anchor is also from a lockbox, so similarly, it's not going to be cheap, you know, probably again around 8 mil, 8 to 10. The Plasma Storm generator, or the Plasma Storm module, comes off of, I believe it's a lockbox ship, or it might be a Lobby one, but you can get it in the MUDs out of this wormhole bundle. And that's how I acquired mine, because I do not, like, despite all the expensive things that we have discussed in this build, I do not enjoy spending excessive amounts of money for like a single character unlock. So I very much appreciate MUDs bundles. But yes, this comes off of the, what are those Bajoran terrorists called? Well, they're not all Bajoran, and they're freedom fighters. One is the loneliest Goody since the stream began. One is the loneliest Goody, don't you understand? Well, you know what? We're doing this stream regardless of how many viewers we have, because the Eagle was next on our docket. Let's see here. Right, I was trying to remember the name of the ship that this comes from, and I'm just going to go cheat and look it up. MUDs ships. Let's see here. It is the Maquis Raider. This one right here, which comes out of the MUDs, out of this wormhole bundle, or you can find it on the exchange, or you can look into it in a lockbox. I would recommend bundles, which should only ever be purchased when they are on the 50% sale that they usually come back into existence with when they return to us. Like right now, these bundles are not on sale, so do not purchase them. All right. So, do we... What are we going to do? I feel like we probably are not going to be focusing on an unconventional systems build going forward when we do our... Although, I mean, it could be useful even for other builds. We will find out. But, let's see. I want to put on Torp. These consoles come from the Fleet Spire, and they are all Torp boosters. So they don't just do like specifically photons or quantums or whatever. You could always focus on a specific type of torpedo. But since we are using a mixed build, we are going to be using these that boost all torpedo damage while also providing critical chance. Although we should have taken a moment to see what our critical chance was before we put it on, huh? I'm putting the Delphic Terror generator back on just so that we can check stats. We were at 38.8. The Thor. Torp. We shall put on all 4 of these. And then let's see here. We're going to be taking off these exotic damage consoles. I want... the Tachyon Net Drones console comes from the Bozeman, which is a C-store ship. It produces 1% critical chance and 10% critical severity. It also has Starship Perception, which is, you know, fine if you're hunting cloaked things, I suppose, but when you really need it, like Donatra from, you know, that Borg TFO, you're going to probably not ever be able to see through her cloak, or like you'll have to be right on top of her. Oh, something is happening. New follower received. The Relo Marishom, I believe that's it. You'll have to correct me in the chat. This is how we spawn engagement. I swear I did not purposely mispronounce your name, but you will tell me. Announce yourself, new follower. Please, if you would be so kind. So that I can acknowledge you properly. if I, misread your name. Hopefully I got it right the first time. Let's see here. Also, you are very appreciated, whoever you are. You are very appreciated. Neko needs the followers. Tachyon Net console, yes. So this comes from a standard C-Store ship, and as such is relatively accessible by STO standards, and is quite potent. The active ability of it, which is, again, one of the reasons why, like, do we not want our unconventional systems build? Because, activating this would be helpful. It lowers enemy shields when you critically hit them, and also does some kinetic damage on a critical hit, so, it can be quite potent. Let's see here. I think we're kind of just going to go hard on crit. So, Dominion defense screen. This comes from the bug ship. So, there are a few incarnations of this ship that's available through the Out of This Wormhole bundle has a version of the bug ship. I believe they may have released, because there were 2 versions of the bug ship. One of them was Intel, and I think one of them was Pilot. And, as a secondary, they weren't full spec ships. But it also comes from the Dominion Captain's bundle with the legendary Jem'Hadar attack ship, I think is what it's called. It's, everybody calls it the bug ship because it looks like a beetle. Let me see here. I might as well show you because it is a very important ship that people should certainly be considering. Ships. I believe it is a legendary Jem'Hadar Vanguard pilot attack ship. This one, which is currently in its gunboat form, but it looks like a bug ship otherwise. Oh, another follower. Yes, get in line. Commanding. Didn't quite catch that. Thank you for the follow. And if you would like to engage the algorithm in the chat and tell me how to properly pronounce your name, that would be most appreciated as well. Or you can continue to silently lurk. Honestly, it's fine. But hopefully, you know what? People who did, if I mispronounced it, look at the screen, people, and you read it for yourselves. Especially because Neko's eyes are not that great, frankly. Especially with certain text, certain colors and whatnot. Anyway, let me see here. Where was I before we were interrupted by our delightful new follower? A happy... Oh, commanding sins. Sins. Commanding either is fine. Oh, you can be referred to as sins or commanding. Indeed. Well, welcome to Neko's Fish Tank. and thank you for the follow. We are trying to get Twitch Senpai to notice us, and so every follower helps. Give us that affiliate status. Let us do more, please. All right. Yes, so that bug ship, it also comes with, some other perks in the Captain bundle. There's a great deal of debate as to whether or not people enjoy Captain's bundles, but, it is what it is. It's an excellent ship. It comes with the Go for the Kill Starship trait, which is the extension trait for Cannon Rapid Fire. So, and also that's normally a very expensive trait. So it's a pretty decent deal. And the legendary version of the ship in particular, which, it's kind of devalued the MUDs bundles that have the other versions of the ship. But, you get it however you want. But that ship has exclusively the Vanguard Specialists trait, which is the extension trait for all the specialist firing modes, like from the pilot one, the miracle worker one, the other one, the intel one, the surgical strikes, which is like a headliner, like those other two, the pilot one and the miracle worker one, in my opinion, are kind of meh. But the surgical strikes extension trait is excellent. It also extends the duration of recursive shearing, which is a temporal operative ability. It's not really a firing mode, but they're kind of like close enough. But recursive shearing can really do some work on an enemy target, and it also extends suppression barrage from command. Not sure that that's honestly that useful, but it's there if you want it. Alrighty. So more crits, right? Tachyokinetic converter, I do not believe we already have on here. Tachyokinetic converter comes from the Lobby store. And it provides control expertise. So again, this is something that can be quite useful on a exotic boat. Not that you would necessarily prioritize it over the things we already had, but you know, if you've got room to slot it, then it could be helpful. And that is providing us 1.3% critical chance and 13% critical severity. Let's see here. Other crit consoles. The question is, okay, our crit chance is currently at 50.3. So that is really quite good. And honestly, I'm not sure that we're going to be able to push that too much farther. But the question is, because we have 250 critical severity. So the question is, would we be better off with chance or severity? And I think when we're at this balance that, well, generally, I think that I have heard, not that I'm like the mathy spreadsheety type of person, but the general rule of thumb is that you want 5 points of severity for every point of critical chance. So looks like we're actually kind of at a good ratio. So the question is, do we want more chance or more severity? Because I do have the Ultimate Swarmer. Ultimate Modified Swarm Processor, and this is a low-buy store console. You cannot see because it is behind me. It's one of the best critical chance consoles in the game, and it also provides accuracy rating, which helps you to, you know, actually hit things. And there are certain abilities that might benefit from increased accuracy. For example, these reinforcement squadrons, which again, I feel like they're pretty meh. I need to check our parse and see if they did anything, but it's very difficult to tell how much damage they did because it likes to like list them as individual entities and doesn't aggregate them into like one whole, this is everything that they did. So unless I literally open the data in a spreadsheet and use, I think it's called rotating tables, which is a pain, then I can't know exactly how much deeps they did all by themselves. And especially in a build like what we've been parsing, there's, you know, like Gravity Well is a pet, according to it. You know, the plasma storms, like everything, all of our exotic shenanigans basically count as pets. And so it's very hard to tell if these fighters are doing anything, even though it sounds like they should with their, you know, impressive bonus damage. But they scale off of accuracy, so slotting this would provide, you know, accuracy to feed them and maybe make them, you know, do something, but who knows if it actually would. So, but the point is, we are looking at either this for increased critical chance or the other thing that I know that I have is helical. The helical torsion. Weaponized helical torsion. This comes off of the mirror crossfield, which came in the same anniversary bundle as this ship. And you can also acquire it from the legendary crossfield in the 10th anniversary bundle. But as you can see here, it does 15% phaser damage and 15% critical severity, which would be our headlining feature of this. Or, and again, it depends on what we do with our build, because we could slot Domino, which Domino is currently, it came from an event ship. The only way to get your hands on this is as a single character unlock, which is the bane of my existence. But I fortunately was here for the event, so I have an account unlocked. But it's in the Phoenix prize pack at the epic token tier. So good luck, because those things are basically as rare as getting a lockbox ship. I have a friend who has been trying for a very long time and has fed the game a great deal of money converting it to dill to try and get this console, and he has given up. It is most unfortunate. Anywho, you know, enough complaining about RNGesus. He is our Lord and Master and also vicious. Domino, 15% phaser damage, which really won't help us here. we're getting accuracy rating, which, you know, can help. And let's see here. We would be looking at it for its active, which is 25% firing cycle haste for energy weapons, which again wouldn't really be helping us, but the 25% bonus all damage, the 25% recharge speed for bridge officer abilities would, you know, probably do something. We've got plenty of recharge on our build. But the 100% recharge speed for torpedo weapons, that could certainly do some work. Oh, choices, right? And also, there's another console that we're going to have to look at. Goodness. I'm going to put it on for now so that it's like there, but there is, I think it's called something membrane, phased space membrane. I think this might be it. I haven't personally built for this before, but let us read. Physical kinetic immune, scaling damage resistance, and torpedo damage. Minus 20 current auxiliary power each second for up to 20 seconds. Deactivates if auxiliary power is 0. Power transfer rate capped at 250%. Immunity to physical and kinetic damage. Plus 20 to 400 all other damage resistance rating. So good for survival. And then plus 20% to 400% bonus all damage with torpedo weapons. And it increases every second. So this could do quite a bit of work. We would probably want to put on emergency power to auxiliary and, you know, possibly even slot an auxiliary battery, which is something that I generally like. I don't normally bother with batteries, but they're a little too micromanagey for my tastes. It's DPS left on the table. Don't get me wrong, but you know, I don't try that hard. Okay. Like I try, but not that hard. And I really enjoy like being able to spam things. I don't like having to do too much micromanagement. I like watching the road, you know, not staring at the dashboard. But we might have to cut into some of the things that we just put on because this seems tasty and delicious. And why would we not, you know, build for it for the very first time? Let's see here. Which one of these would we dispense with? These are both. This has no active to it, but do we care? And is there something else that would be better suited for removal? I kind of feel like, well, this one gives us better critical chance and severity than this one does. This one at the very least does give us a touch more survivability by having an active power. I'm kind of inclined to maybe keep it over this one. Although the control expertise is tasty if we keep gravity well. Are we going to keep gravity well? Well, we didn't have it before, so I'm sure it's fine. Well, let's see what we're at. Gravity well. 7.4. Let's slot this. Oh, by the way, this comes from the Grissom, if I'm not mistaken. Let's do a little quick checky check. It is a sea store ship, just a normal sea store ship. So, so it is rather accessible. Gris. This is the T6 version of the Oberth. Let's see here. This ship is equipped with the console universal phased space membrane. Yep. So, and it's a decent little ship. It's adorable. Honestly, I need to get into it because it's so cute. But it's also part of a bundle. I think that there might be some delicious goodies. Not anything that you necessarily need, but you know, you might want. I think it might have an account wide unlock of some like Lobby store weapons that aren't particularly impressive, but are thematic. Like if you want the TMP era phaser, don't quote me on that. Like check the wiki, but you know, just letting you know, it's part of a bundle. It might be worth getting the bundle. You check. But also the, I do remember when we were doing the exotic build earlier, the, yes, delicious goodies. The Genesis seed Did we not have that equipped? Honestly, I don't remember seeing it on our build. We may or may not have had the Genesis seed. If we did, that comes from the... Oh, is it? I don't think it's called the Reliant. It's the other one that's in the bundle with this, which is one of the many Mirandas. One of the very, very many Mirandas in the game. Clark. I believe this is the one that comes in the bundle with it. And the Genesis seed is an excellent active science damage console. With the console, Genesis seed. There it is, indeed. So Neko is correct. Yay! Huzzah for functional memory. All right, let's see here. Also, you know what? We're going to check the parse real quick and see if this subspace depth charge did anything. We haven't, leveled it, but if it didn't do any work unleveled, it's probably not going to do any work at all. So, analyze the log. Infected space. Player combat analysis reports. I still need to set up the OBS to show you guys this. We could take the time to do that now, perhaps. But we're just going to do a quick look. It says pets did 61k DPS, but let us bear in mind that that includes things like Gravity Well. What were we looking for again? Right, the subspace depth charge. It says it did 4k, 4.4k DPS, which is not terribly impressive. It's not the worst thing, but it's also not really much. Let us look at the hive. We died a couple times on that and had to adjust our build, but let us see if it did better there. Subspace depth charge, also 4k. Yeah. I think that you can typically get about 20k DPS out of the let's see here. The Soliton Wave Impeller. This angry tooltip. This comes from the Ryzian Corvette, which should be available in the Muds market. I believe it's perennially available. I think it's available year-round, but do not purchase it unless there is a 75% Muds sale, which happened routinely. And then this Graviton Implosion Charge, I'd be kind of inclined to maybe use this one. But it depends. I don't know. This comes from the Mirror Strikewing Escort from the 12th anniversary bundle that I was telling you all about earlier. And it's quite decent. It sucks enemies toward each other whenever you fire this off at them. And it also gives them a damage debuff, which is a force multiplier for not just you, but your whole team. So I'm kind of inclined to do this one, and I feel like it's projectile-y themed for what we're doing at this exact moment. We might switch to the Soliton Wave Impeller when we, test this thing for an energy build. There's also the Phlogiston, however that's meant to be pronounced, Projectar, which came from this year's winter event ship. And it's an AoE weapon that does some, decent work. So, that would actually be a pretty decent thing for us to have slotted on our exotic build that we were doing before. But so would this one for the AoE damage debuff to enemies, to make the AoEs of all that science go even further. But we were testing this, but I think it's meh. I'm going to go with this one, which is the Graviton Implosion Charges. Let's see here. What else were we doing? Lost a smidge of our crit severity and crit chance, but we are going to regain it when we swap to the colony. Nah. Is it called a colony deflector? No, it just comes from the colony. They're right here. So which version? This one is Impulse Expertise. Shield Penetration, I believe that's the correct one. I think this one is the one that is more geared towards survivability. Indeed. So we're going with this one because it is more DPS focused. And this comes from the Fleet Colony World. I think you might need tier... Honestly, I don't remember what tier you need. So, if your fleet doesn't have these, then at the very least, if you have provisions, you can get invited to somebody else's fleet who has built their colony sufficiently to purchase these from and buy it that way. It doesn't cost that fleet anything but the time of the person who suffered through all those loading screens to invite you to their holding, but it consumes your fleet's resources. Gouty Man would like to announce that we have these in our fleet and you could join us, which is true. I am a part of the STO Trading Corporation, so you can reach out and let us know if you want to join. Let's see here. And we have a Discord, which Goody will probably link in the chat. Right. Where was I? Trying to think if there are any. There are no duty officers that come to mind for further buffing our torpedoes. I mean, I have some. There's this one guy who can stack up to, I believe, a 15% bonus damage for projectiles, which we are kind of like leaning in the projectile direction, but I do not know if that 15% bonus damage would... The firing rate that is provided by our current... that is provided by these. Fire rate is basically a category 3 damage increase. So I would be inclined to actually take these over the bonus damage dude. Just to maximize the chances of our projectiles going off. So the question is, do we need this gravity well person or this gravity well person? If we retain our gravity well, it could be useful, but otherwise I'd be inclined to probably slot nurses just for additional hull regen for survivability's sake. Gaddyman has graciously provided a link to our Discord server if you would like to join our fleet Discord, through which you can coordinate an invite if you would like to join us. And most of our things are fully built. The only thing that we're still working on, for the building process, is the colony world. Everything else is max. It does not show currently that we have a bunch of projects running. Ooh, we have projects here. So obviously we are running some stuff. We are still building the colony, so that would be an opportunity for you to trade in fleet marks. Let me see. Do I have the dill vouchers to do this on this character at this time? I will go ahead and put these 40 dill vouchers here. I will be a good example. I do the Klingon Admiralty on all of my characters to be a good fleet contributor, and that is generally recommended best practices. And I also probably have enough. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to leave these for people who need them. I'm going to be kind because I could just fill those, and it's not like the dill isn't full, so we shall wait. But yeah, if you want to join us, you can. And yeah, speaking of Admiralty, because, we are an educational channel here on the Bestest Neko channel. Admiralty. So, I tend to run the Klingon one and the Ferengi one in succession. The Ferengi one gives you when you get the tour of duty 10 out of 10, it will give you a bonus dill pool to help you up your dilithium that you earn. It doesn't improve the amount that you can refine, but it helps you get unrefined, which, if you're struggling to actually meet your caps, that can help. And then the Klingon Empire 10 of 10 gives you 40k fleet-only dill vouchers that allows you to not consume your personal dill stash to contribute dill to your fleet. So it's excellent to contribute to your fleet and be a good fleet member. And it also is a good way for you to gain fleet credits to spend on the things that you want to make your build as polished and powerful as possible. And dill is usually what's lacking in most fleets, so it's a very reliable thing that you can contribute. And then my suggestion for anybody who is like, Admiralty, the grind. Yes, that is true. But I'm just going to go ahead and acknowledge the report of this. I'm going to tell you, routinely, I will see like 2k. I honestly often find that I get 4k dill just from like one claiming of these. And oh my God, there is another VTuber doing track claps seeing this. Oh my. Are you also a VTuber, or are you just noticing that there are two of us? Or more? There might be more of us. I think there might be 3. I might be the 3rd from what I have been told. But I'm not sure. I'm not certain. Thought I was the only one. And yep, V streamer. Ooh woo. Well, I shall look at your stream momentarily. Are you streaming currently, perhaps? If not, I will just low life cat. Is that another streamer, Gowdy, that you were telling us? Anyway, distractions. No, not right now. Did one earlier in the day. Noted. Well, you should follow me. You should give me a follow because I'm trying to get Twitch Senpai to notice me, and I will follow you back. Hold on. I'm actually going to do that right. Meow. Oh, Is that what is happening right now? Hold on. I can't see. Is that? Oh, I'm seeing it now. Yay! Thank you, Greenie. Oh, no. Green-eyed Fierce? Fierce. Perhaps. You will correct me on your pronunciation. While I go, let's see here. Follow. I have followed you back just now. Dun da dun. I'll do it because I like the model. Well, thank you. Also, you should do it because Neko needs the followers to get Twitch Senpai to notice me. All right. Back to what we were up to. And can't type. Indeed, typing. Sometimes. Furs, as in furs. Green-eyed furs. Interesting. Oh, we can work on that. The more I see ya around. Hopefully, yes. Talking about Twitch Senpai noticing me. Hopefully. What we were talking about before we got sidetracked with our fellow streamers and our delightful new follower, and anybody else who's lurking who hasn't followed. If you want to do Neko a favor, follow. You do not have to tune into my streams. If you can turn off notifications for me, that's fine. I just need, I think it's 50 followers for Twitch Senpai to notice me. So you can contribute your warm body to my pile and help the cause. But what I was going to tell you is lazy Admiralty. If you do not want to try hard, here's what I recommend. This uncover source of unknown signal. This exists in every campaign. So does verify sensor readings. We ignore these. Yes, that's a pretty tasty chunk of dilithium, but I find that I like to just do the top one. Just the top mission. When I do this top mission, a next one will pop in. Just like here. So I don't have to like go around and, which one do I want to do? And what you also want to do is check them for their special event being tagged to them. See, this is just telling you that you need like additional end required. Like, thanks, Mom, for the additional homework. This one as well is like nothing. But you want to make sure that you do not have a dilithium, like a bonus dilithium or a bonus EC, a bonus energy credit thing attached here, because it'll be trapped there permanently if you don't do it. So by them not being trapped here, they will come in this one. So I like to plan, and then we remove any of the low ships that are of no use to you, but this will depend on your personal stack of ships. If you have as many ships as I do, I can unslot all the way to tier 6 and never run out of tier 6s if I were doing Admiralty endlessly until the end of time, basically. But you do you. If you have more tier 5 ships, then they do some work. You can always buy ships for dilithium, the lower tiered ships. I believe 1 through 4 are available from the ship vendor for dilithium prices. So you'll be doing some, there'll be a cost incurred on a per character basis, unfortunately. But it's up to you. You're just going to have to figure this out for yourself. There's only so much that Neko can provide. But I like to go to tier 6, and then I just slot the first 3 ships. I don't even care what our success rate ends up being. I don't care what our crit chance ends up being, because there is a fairly good chance that we're going to get something from it. And I am not going to sit around and try to calculate the interaction of this ship paired with this ship gives you an additional 30 tack or whatever. That's not worth my time. So just play the system. If you don't do it, you get nothing. So also you can make a macro for this. I'm a very big proponent of macros. If you have Razor software, Logitech software, or peripherals that interact very nicely, or just look up a macro and find out what's going to work for you personally, and make a macro that will literally go click. You can get something that will go click, 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 and save your carpals the tunneling that will occur from all these clicks. And yeah, if you make a macro, then it's very easy to just go blah, 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 and do this, 9 times max is what you can get. But yeah, it's dilithium, it's energy credits, it's resources. It is a great way. If you are space poor and you would like to stop being space poor, and if you do not mind a smidge of grinding, it's not nothing. It'll probably take, if you have a macro, or if you're very fast and you don't mind getting carpal tunnel, then a minute to 2 minutes, depending on how swift you are at going blah, 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 blah. But per character. So yeah, it can be a substantial source of revenue for you and your account. Anyway, I have been ignoring chat. Hold on, let me see here. Jumps into the pile. Cowdy man jumps into the pile. You are already in the pile. Ew. Okay. There's some chat that was not involving Neko. I'm glad. Talk amongst yourselves. Feel free. But I don't like ignoring people and going ignoring chat while I go on a rant about educational things. But yes, I ignored Admiralty for a very long time, and it was a mistake. If I had realized the amount of resources, I can probably hit dill cap just from Admiralty alone, especially because it's very, very good if you do not have your specializations done, because it provides a lot of specialization expertise or experience, whatever specifically it calls itself. So I think that there's 195 specialization points. So it's a very excellent way of getting your specialization points so that you can max out your specializations, get the delightful passives and actives that come from these specializations. And once you have maxed out your specializations, every additional specialization point you earn gets converted into 2K dill. And you can probably at least hit that once a day if you are, doing your admiralties, thoroughly. So, that's dill on the table that you could have gotten. Let's see. Are there any other benefits? Right. The EC. I probably make 100K EC on average per full collection of my admiralties. I'm not going to do it right now because also you can't even see. You wouldn't be able to see. But I routinely get about 100K from these, and I have literally seen a claim of my admiralty come in for 1.4 million. from one claim. So that's easy that you could have had if you had just done it. So yeah, this is a tremendous source of revenue. Do not ignore it, or do so at your own peril. Also do your endeavors. I know that they can be a pain in the butt, but there are resources out there on the internet that you can, if you Google like specifically the phrase Star Trek Online endeavors and how to complete them, I believe the DPS League has a list that will tell you generally the most meta ways of getting these things done. I feel like there might be one or two on which I was like, I actually disagree. Feel like there's one that's better, but which I have reported generally, although I don't know if I reported all of them. I do know that Aftermath being on that list for doing Voth Space, which is a patrol, doing Voth Space, you can almost get 30. You'll get either 30 depending on your luck of the draw, or just shy of that from doing Aftermath, if it doesn't require that they come from the battle zone. And that was my contribution to the list. You are welcome. But yeah, I recommend checking that list and doing your endeavors, because there are so many stats. Like for me, you can see my critical chance in space is boosted by 12.5. A whole 12.5% is coming from my endeavors, and a whole 50% of my critical severity is coming from my endeavors. There's my survivability, my exotic damage. Let's see, where's my hull regeneration? Plus 100% hull regeneration. Hull capacity should be in here too. I think I have that maxed. Hit performance is very potent. Max health space plus 25%. Yeah, so you want to do this, and there is no catch-up system for this, which is a Neko suggestion. If any developer ever sees this, there should be a catch-up system, because poor new people are just so far behind. But yeah, so don't sleep on this. Even if it's a trash weapon that lets you do the Tetrion ground or whatever, have it, do it. It's not that hard. And once you equip at least one character, and it's especially useful to do for Klingons. Klingon recruit season is upon us, and they specifically have an account-wide unlock for the endeavors. So you go ahead and you, at the very least, perhaps make your Klingon recruit, give them all the things that they need to do your endeavors, and do it on that character to get your account-wide unlock, and to, have somebody who can reliably do whatever comes up. Like, honestly, any one of these that pops up, I can do them. Some of them are a little bit more onerous to do than others, but honestly, it's not that bad. Even the ones that are kind of annoying are not that bad. Back to what we were doing before Neko started preaching about how to be like not the socket's toe. All right. Okay, so we want to maximize this phased space membrane, which I have never built for before, but because it sucks your auxiliary power in this process, we're going to want to give it plenty of augs to feed on. So I think we're going to probably want, emergency power to auxiliary, and we perhaps might even want the third version of that, which would mean having to take one of our universals, which one of the fortunate things about this ship is that the tactical pilot is definitively, this commander is definitively tactical pilot, but everything else is universal. So we can zhuzh things, we can move things around, but we would be losing some of our control powers for maintaining our unconventional systems to try and maximize our uptime of Domino and the phase space membrane. So this is going to take some thinking. Because also, if we are focusing on torpedoes, we are going to want to concentrate firepower 3, which can be had on this officer here. This bridge station is dual universal command. Lieutenant Commander. I mean, we could choose to just take our emergency power to engines and make it emergency power to augs. I think it's only a 10-point difference, although that is a 5-second difference in terms of the amount of power, for this ability. So that, but maximizing our uptime, we must consider both the duration that the ability can be maintained and how rapidly we can get it back up, because it has a 2-minute cooldown. So, I'm thinking that control abilities and unconventional systems working together are going to benefit us more in the long run than trying to get emergency power to AUGS 3 on here. So I think we're just going to swap this to emergency power to auxiliary, which it would be useful if we had that power trained to this bridge officer, but we can fix that. Let's see. I think we shall go on to Deep Space Nine. We're going to have to, let's see. Because we're going to be losing one anyway when we transform this into a concentrate firepower 3, because we definitely want that if we're going hardcore on torps. So we don't want to lose anymore, honestly. And is it possible for me to... No, I have the maximum amount of control abilities possible for this ship. Like changing this out would not help us. There's no other control at that level. I'm just thinking though. Thinking. If there's like another power that would be suited for here. I don't think so. I think we're just going to basically leave this build as is. We might tweak it a little bit. I don't think Reinforcement Squadron is doing jack diddly for us, so we might swap that out for an attack pattern beta. Yeah, that would probably serve us the best in the long run. Okay, so let us make that happen. Let us go beam directly to ops as soon as I locate. There you are. I have my chat on the same screen with everything else that I'm doing because I like to be able to not have to look off somewhere to see what you guys say when you silent fishies bother bubbling in your tank. And so I like to try and keep you front and center so I can be an engaged streamer. And yeah, so it hides some things a little bit. It's not too terrible, but sometimes it's a little bit hard. Like, where is that button? Is it behind that thing that somebody said? Yes, it is. Of course it is. Where else would it be? So engineering space, emergency power to auxiliary 1, Herchess, yes. And then that was ROM Eng 1. Yes, I am like the Borg. I name my people. You are ROM Eng 1. Report to your alcove. Normally they like to be in alphabetical order, but sometimes they're just like arbitrarily wherever they feel like, I guess. Here we go. This is going to cut into our ability to move around swiftly a little bit, which is unfortunate, but you know what? Actually, we might want to take this one off. We do have Boimler for our cooldowns. And this is not a control power. This would just be a proc for spore-infused anomalies. So we might want to swap, and we could retain it over here. We'll have to see. But yeah, I think we might remove this, because that's not contributing to our controls that we were so concerned about. And it would be a way for us to retain emergency power to engines because, DPS is getting there first. Or just getting there on time. And we could potentially slot auxiliary power to inertial dampers, which would further help our get up and go and also our survivability. So, or we could slot even let it go, or structural integrity collapse, which would improve our deeps. So yeah, I am inclined to remove this. I'm loath to remove Photonic Officer for the cooldown, helping guarantee our cooldowns are going. But I think we can do it and it'll be fine. How convenient that they already have Augs to Dampers 1 slotted. Here's Let It Go, which is from the winter event store. You buy it for like the little ornamenty type currency from that event. You might even be able to find this on the exchange. It's probably honestly somewhere around 15 million if you were to buy it outright, especially because we're like, you know, out of season. It's not necessarily something that you should be clamoring for, but you know, it's a useful thing that you can slot at an ensign engineer. If you have an overabundance of ensign engineering, then, you know, Let It Go. It -5 all damage resistance. That stacks up over the duration, so it's a quite potent damage multiplier for you and your team. And let's see, I believe, is this one that has, yes, structural integrity collapse. Does it say 10? I could swear, oh, there's 18. So -18 physical and kinetic damage resistance rating for 15 seconds. So that's a quite potent thing, particularly for a Torp boat. And if you are trying, Torp and mine, and if you are being a selfish person and don't want, like, okay, see this one? Let It Go. That's all damage. So everybody from your team is going to have a higher parse. But if you are selfish and just slot structural integrity collapse and nobody else is really capitalizing on kinetics, then that's the damage bonus just for you. Not that you should be doing that, but if that's your consideration, then that's that. But you can also slot both. If you have enough room on your build, you can slot both and be like just, you know, debuffing the crap out of things. Let's see here. Furs has told us something. Our green-eyed Furs. Wow, I've been playing this for years and even I don't have that many crew slots. Oh, yes. Crew slots. Where have I gotten all of these from? I feel like there's a lot of bundles and I basically just always open them on my main. I don't think it's like promotional bundles though that usually give those. I think it's normally just like, oh, who knows? It could also be promotional bundles. But I tend to open them all on this character because they are my main and they get all of the things. The scraps go to the rest. Even though they are well built, honestly, most of my characters are actually properly built or are like waiting in the wings to be built. Let me see here. Right. So, Rom Inge 1. Were you already trained? This one. Yes, was already trained. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. Emergency powered augs. Yeah, I am inclined, I believe, to go with the auxiliary power to inertial dampers rather than a higher ranked emergency powered augs. Let's see here. What is the power that it provides? 30 over 20. Oh, that's actually, We'll have to weigh it out. Well, I think we're just going to have to see what the performance is of that space membrane console. Because it might be worth it. But, you know, I really like the get up and go of this one once we doff it. Lock boxes would explain it. I'm not aware of lock boxes providing character slots. And I actually don't personally open lock boxes unless I absolutely have to. If I need Lobby, then I'll open them. Oh, we have gotten a new person. Peter something. I didn't get to see that because it was photographically merging with the background. Peter? Yes, thank you. Thank you for posting into the chat and making yourself known. Peter Matthews 007. Red alert, all hands to battle stations, full powered shields and weapons. Is that because you are present? Should we be defending ourselves? Welcome to my fish tank. Thank you. We are trying to get Twitch Senpai to notice us, and every follow helps. Let's see here. Before we were delightfully and gladly interrupted by our new follower, we are going to check and see. Yes, I would be tempted to go with the higher rank of emergency powered AUGs. But, everything's a balance. You always have to, like, if you're min-maxing, and what feels best, if you're like, oh my gosh, I really love the get up and go of this flying me around, I like the durability it provides, then, maybe you take a hit somewhere else. It's always, meaningful choices, as the developers call it. Sorry, don't be sorry. I am so happy that you are here, Peter. I am happy that you interrupted. I am happy that you followed. I am glad that you are one of the few who bother interacting in the chat. So welcome. Do not apologize. Oh, and of course you could tell us what you're apologizing for. Just in case I am making an assumption. Yes, this is intended. Peter has asked, for those of you who cannot see currently, if the background in Ops is from Deep Space Nine. And yes, this is supposed to be a relatively faithful recreation of Ops from Deep Space Nine. It might have some liberties taken with scale, perhaps, because sometimes that is a thing that happens when it gets translated to the game. But I think it's pretty spot on, and they made a special effort to make this as canon as possible, and I very much appreciate it. That is why Deep Space Nine is my home base. Also, it is cross-faction, so you can make it your home base for your Fed characters and your Klingon characters. You lose ready access to the Academy, but and maybe that's one of the things that, oh, Neko, you should be doing stuff at the Academy. I find it so onerous and tedious. Like, no, I'm already doing Admiralty. No, thank you. The Academy, I will leave that to every other person, not me. I'm a huge Star Trek fan. I am as well. Perhaps not. I don't know if huge, like, because there are orders of magnitude, right? There are some people who like watch at least one episode of Star Trek every single day. I am not that person. I have watched every series through at least twice, and at some point I'm sure I will watch them through again. But, well, not currently running series. The currently running series I have not rewatched. That will be an honor reserved for once they have concluded their series. You desperately need a logo, Neko. Maybe I can help, says Gouty Man. Yes, I intend to make a logo. There's always something on Neko's plate. If I'm not streaming, then I'm doing something preparing for a stream, like, getting the tech. Like, I'm a VTuber, so there are things there's research and development. Or, just like life. But, my intention is to like perhaps take a picture with my little adorable Neko self and be like, hi. We shall see. I was an extra on Star Trek Voyager and Deep Space Nine. Oh, wow. Very impressive, Peter. Then I am not sure if I noticed you. I'm not sure that I was like, wow, that extra is sure filling in the background. Super great. But that's the point of being an extra, right? You're not supposed to be, attention drawing. You're supposed to provide the ambiance. And I thank you for making that ship not look empty, because that is, or the station. Presumably you were on the station, unless you were an extra on the Defiant. I don't think the Defiant really needs extras. Yes, Commanding Sins, I am Cyclops. I love cosplaying in Stowe, and a great many of my characters are themed. On him, I have several. Oh, also, here's a Colossus that I did. I have a proper character that, to wear this outfit as well, but my research and development of costumes often happens on my main because he has, all the things unlocked. Forge. I have an engineer who is Forge. Let's see here. Iceman. I do have an Iceman. I don't believe any of these costumes are lacking somebody wearing them. Gambit. Change outfit. Let's see here. Cable. Son of Cyclops. Let's see here. here is my attempt at Nightcrawler, which, of course you can't get the tail and they don't give you the appropriate amount of fingers, but, you do what you can. And let's see here. I have other versions, like these are intended to be inspired by variants of Cyclops' costumes over his, long comic run. Let's see. So original is intended to be like his original kind of like in a baggy looking shirt over his costume type of thing. Cyclops Beach is just, beachwear, and I can't show that here. It won't let me. Black Modern is based off of his, I believe, his most recent incarnation in the comics, but I can't guarantee it. I'm not really a comic follower. I'm more of a fan from like the video games and TV series. Cyclops Classic is another like older one, but generally I run around in the 80s outfit, which is generally my favorite, and I believe the most iconic. Let's see here. Catching up on chat here. I was a Borg on Voyager. Oh, nice. And a Starfleet officer on the bridge of the Defiant. So you were on the Defiant. Well, good for you. And that's an interesting bit of trivia. On the one hand, I'm like, I want to find you in those episodes, but then I'm like, that's also very stalkerish. So I will just appreciate your performance when it happens upon my screen. I don't think I'm going to try to hunt you down. I have walked by you so many times. Hello. Oh, well, hello. I am glad that you have walked by and noticed me. Notice me, senpai. Next year is the finale of Discovery. Indeed, yes, their season 5 is supposed to be their final season. And that will be the point at which they will qualify for a watch through. And I actually would be inclined to do that. Discovery, like, I have my nitpicks about some of their stuff, but I appreciate some of what they've done. And I think that often these series that are not episodic, the ones that are not doing like story of the week, but are very like overarching plot, are best watched in binge format. So I think that it will probably earn its most favorable marks from me being watched like all the way through. Sorry for misspelling. It's fine. You don't need to apologize for that. The misspellings of chat are one of the delights of like frustrations and delights of, because it provides amusement, and also we all do it, right? I'm watching the 3rd and final season of Picard, right? I'm watching that too. And then Picard also will get a rewatch once all of it is out. And but for now, I'm not rewatching the currently running Star Treks generally, and don't intend to until they finish their run. Unless I just really have nothing else to watch. But there's so many things that I like to watch, so many things that I'm either looking forward to or are on my list that I can't rewatch all of Star Trek or just like even the currently running Star Treks and keep up on other stuff that's running. There might be a Picard spinoff. Indeed, I have heard that Seven might be getting her own series. And who knows, it could also be anything else. It could be Rafi. Maybe Worf will finally get the Klingon series that he has deserved and been trying to get for a long time. All right. Where were we, by the way? Sidetracks. They are fun and fine, but we also are going to try to keep the train on the tracks. Traits. Right. We've got a lot of exotic-based traits, which will be traded out. We're going to retain our unconventional systems. I'm going to keep this. I'm tempted to keep these for the purposes of hull regeneration rate. But this one might end up going. Fragment of AI tech is also not going to be necessary on our current build. Not generally. I do think that we have better things that we're going to be slotting. Yep, we're going to go ahead and take this off because we're going to want projectile projectile-based stuff like superior projectile training. Once I locate it. Superior projectile training for the plus 7.5% bonus projectile weapon damage. Self-modulating fire is also very useful for penetrating enemy shields. Yep, this is going because I already know that there are things that I want to slot. Let's see here. Resonant, called resonant something, or something resonant. Looking. Where are you? Resonating payload modification. So -5 physical and kinetic resistance rating every time our torpedo hits them, and it stacks up to 5 times. So we want that. We're also kind of getting a little pressed here because I would want, I mean, we're good where we're at. I would kind of want kinetic precision. And intimidating strikes could also be useful. Confusing the enemy. First of all, it turns it into a pet, which when it's a pet and confused, it counts as DPS for us. But it also could help us survive by them not targeting us. And then kinetic precision. Fortunately, we're not doing mines because this ship cannot handle mines, which means that we're not having to compete for as many slots. Or we would want hot pursuit for that. But, and I do love mines, so it's not, fortunately, we're not doing mines, but, you know, just like for the purposes of our prime real estate of traits. Kinetic precision. Wait, must have passed it. Here. This would be 10% projectile shield penetration. That would be, you know, nice to have, but it's, you know, not as good as the other things that we've got going on. So let's see here. Spawn fuse anomalies is not going to be required anymore. We are going to be putting on ceaseless momentum in the seas. This comes from the Cleave ship, which is, you know, in Battle of the Binary Stars when Takuma goes, prepare to receive my envoy, and like, you know, the snowplow goes wham into the ship. It's that ship. It's called the Naj Solve or something like that. And it comes from a lockbox. You can get it on the exchange, or you can get it in the Mud's Choice of Intel bundle, which is where I got mine from, which unlocks it for your account. A moment, I am checking chat because I don't want to be completely distracted. Let's see here. Nothing directed at Neko, so it's fine. Let's see here. Ceaseless momentum. Yes. What else? We have removed our photonic officer, so we do not need this. We're not really focusing on exotics, so we're going to take this off. We still want our entwined tactical matrices. Let's see here. Kinetics. There is... Sometimes I know the trait that I want, but what is the name of it, right? I believe it's the trait that comes from the legendary Miranda. I'm just trying to read these real quick to see. Superior area denial could actually be a beneficial trait for us at this time because we are using fire at will and cannon scatter volley as triggers for entwined tactical matrices. But we don't have energy weapons though, right? Does it require energy weapons? Energy weapons. Yep, so this actually wouldn't work for us. But if we had an energy weapon equipped, which we could, like, I have a kinetic cutting beam. I could swap it out for a omni phaser. And then this would be doing some work for us. So then that would be an option. Our current build, that would not be an option. I don't think the kinetic cutting beam would apply this. Thank you, Peter. Is your live long and prosper because you are leaving us? Or are you just providing Vulcan blessings? Let's see here. Subspatial warheads could be very useful for us, potentially, with our high yields. It spawns a rift that does damage to the enemy. Although I have found that this doesn't seem to be, like, it seems like it's a chance of spawning a rift, not a guarantee, and it seems moderately unreliable. So I'm not sure that we want to focus this, but it's a possibility. Strike from shadows could be useful for us, but generally I expect it won't be because enemies are probably going to have us targeted, and we have been noticing. Alrighty. Well then, good luck with your work. Live long and prosper. As we were noticing before, our enhanced battle cloak was basically constantly, we were visible all the time. So I do not think that Strike from Shadows would be benefiting us too much. What is this Torpedo Stealth Bomber? I believe it's the trait from this ship, the Eagle that we are featuring. Each second cloaked adds 1 stack of this for 45 seconds. Using a pilot maneuver adds 5 stacks of this for 45 seconds. When at 10 stacks, instead, this applies the Torpedo Spread to weapon firing mode for 30 seconds and clears stacks. Stacks will apply while Torpedo Spread 2 is ready, banking up to an additional 10. This could be useful, but I don't tend to use my my pilot maneuvers just frivolously. I tend to prefer to keep them on standby so that I can relocate advantageously or to get me out of a bad situation. So I'm kind of disinclined to put this on because I don't think it would really be serving us all that well unless we were purposely trying to capitalize on it, which I don't expect to be doing. So for now, I'm going to leave it. As in leave it off of our build. Well, here's Sniper, which is the one that I told you before comes from the Alliance Raider, which will, in the not too distant future, become available in a MUDs bundle. I would say that each of those ships in the MUDs bundle actually has a pretty decent trait on it. The carrier not so much, but the trait, the pets from the carrier and a console from the carrier are both really good. So it's not a terrible MUDs bundle. I just really wish that they would have released those ships individually so they would be constantly available, and also you would have a chance of them going on sale for 75% off. But a bundle it is. The devs love them a bundle. But Sniper comes from that. And let's see here. This would, behoove us to maintain our distance, which, it's probably in our best interest to maintain our distance anyway. Bonus torpedo, 5 to 15, based on distance from target, and farther is better. And plus 5% critical chance for 10 seconds after firing a torpedo from more than 5 kilometers away. That sounds good. Let's slot it. We'll see if it's something that we really want to focus on. Let's see, just reading these some more. Looking for something to jump out at me as, oh, that's the torpedo. Piercing projectiles. So on torpedo or mine firing modes for 15 seconds, 200 starship shield penetration and 200 starship hull penetration. That would be useful, but we are not equipped with a torpedo firing mode at this time. We could rearrange our skills. The question is, I could put on, instead of attack pattern beta 3, I could move cannon scatter volley up to our commander level, put on torpedo high yield 3, and that would count for triggering this. But I don't know if losing attack pattern beta constantly would be worth the shield penetration and the hull penetration that this would provide. And I'm thinking it probably would be a net negative. So we're not going to be slotting this at this time unless I'd be disinclined to lose emergency powered engines, but if we did lose emergency powered engines, this could be a tactical officer and we could slot like torpedo high yield 1. Because we would have AUGs to dampers at this time, to help us with our get up and go. Although we were considering replacing this with AUGs, emergency power to AUGs 2 for the improved energy. You know, we're just going to have to see. We're going to have to feel this out as we go. Turrets. Let's see here. I don't think that there are too many traits for torpedo deeps, which is not a bad thing in my opinion. Cold-hearted comes from an event ship, an old event ship. I believe it's the ship is like the Plesh. Well, of course, check the wiki. If you check the wiki for Cold-hearted, it will tell you the ship that it comes off of. But it's available in the Phoenix prize pack. So it's a single character unlock and wildly expensive, frankly. So that's a bit unfortunate. But if we were using an AUGs to bat build, then the damage reduction, and also if we slotted an energy weapon to trigger it or to apply it, then this could be a benefit. But I'm not planning on going in that direction. Although pilot abilities do trigger this as well. Huh. That could be potent. But I don't think we're going in that direction. Gouty Man has graciously provided us that it is the Plesh brrt. Because there's a Plesh trowel, which I think might have been the original version, and then they made another, which was tier 6 and came with a good trait. Let's see here. Yep, nope. Just checking for... just in case anything, like I might already have a trait unlocked that would be worth using, but that isn't coming to mind without me specifically. You know, remembering that it's a thing. Good day to die could be useful for both survivability and bonus damage if we are being focused, which the builds that we're putting on the ship really probably wouldn't have us tanking in most content, although it very easily could. Frankly, if you're in a group that's not doing a lot of AoE damage, we are doing torp spreads and things like that. And if we were to gravity well, so, you know, good day to die could actually be useful for both our survivability and our damage, but we will continue looking. Something that I would be tempted to slot would be History Will Remember, which is also something that is mostly useful if you are taking hits, but it is a Cat 1 damage increase, a hull capacity increase, and a hull regen increase. So it does a lot for your survivability and also improves your DPS. So quite tempting. Improved critical systems isn't like a crazy outstanding trait, but the 3% critical chance and 15% critical severity is nothing to scoff at. Let's see. Kick them while they're down could actually work for us because we are using a lot of controls for our unconventional systems, and the critical chance that we would gain from that would probably still be between 5 to 15%, which is nothing to scoff at. Lost in Time could be something to save our butts, but, you know, I think that we've built our durability sufficiently that we do not have to worry about that so much, and we would probably be better off investing in improved durability generally if we were really concerned about staying alive, which we generally are. But like if we were really trying hard, then that's a big ship, which is further down, or History Will Remember would be something that we would be looking at slotting. I believe this is only for energy weapons, one big happy fleet. Let's see, while in combat +5 energy weapon shield penetration, indeed. So That would have been useful if it was all weapon shield penetration. Okay, so subspatial warheads for the chance of getting an anomaly, although they haven't been particularly impressive in my opinion as of late. But it, it could be worth slotting to see if it does anything. And kick them while they're down were the most tempting DPS things that we could be slotting. Or we would go for additional survivability. I think we shall do subspatial warheads because it's overdue for seeing if it does anything for us. I am going to be swapping out particle generator amplifier because we are not focusing on exotics for there are several torpedo boosters in the space reputations. Let's see here. One of them is an omega kinetic shearing, which translates, I believe, 12% of your torpedo damage into a dot. And that dot can have some interactions with our temporal spec that we're currently using. And it would be a reason to potentially even slot the Fakiri Torment engine onto this build. But we're already full up on consoles. We're not really looking to remove anything. Tyler's duality would give us additional crit chance, which is always useful. Let's see here. But torpedo pre-fire sequence is plus 15.6% bonus torpedo damage, which could be very useful, and plus 41.3% destructible torpedo flight speed, which could also be very useful because some of the torpedoes that we're firing under high yield from Concentrate Firepower 3 would be a destructible torpedo, and the faster it flies, the faster it gets to the enemy and does not, have a chance to get intercepted before it arrives. Gaddy man, why are we talking about the 5 lights? I'm going to go ahead and slot torpedo pre-fire sequence for now, while I consider the auxiliary power configuration offense is probably actually not going to be serving us as well as we would like because of that phase space membrane that's going to be pulling AUG's power out. So this would be going down as it was going up. So I think we're going to go ahead and sacrifice that. And then 5 people. There are 5 people watching. Well, welcome, my 5 viewers. I hope you are all followers. If you are not followers, you should do Neko a favor and push that follow button because we are trying to get Twitch Senpai to notice us. And if you have already pushed the button, then we thank you for your contribution. Let's see here. So I think we are going to be aiming towards deeps for now. If we were having trouble surviving, I would slot the advanced hull reinforcements here to improve our damage resistance. But there's, let's see here. Magnified firepower here. Oops, I did not mean to slot it. Would be 6.3% bonus weapon damage, so that should improve our torpedo damage further. But the question is, would we be better off with this or with Tyler's duality for increased critical chance, or Omega Kinetic Shearing for the 12.5% of your outgoing damage as a dot over 6 seconds. It's very hard to tell in a parse. Omega Kinetic Shearing does do some work, but it can be hard to tell in a parse, it compared to increasing your crit chance, or it compared to increasing bonus damage. This should technically be a category 3 damage increase, provided that things last long enough for the dot to actually pay off. But I'm going to go ahead and slot it because generally it is recommended in DPS builds, and I should trust them, right? They're the spreadsheet people who are going to do the work that Neko won't. I generally kind of feel it out. Like, yeah, I can check the numbers and see if the numbers are better from like a parser or whatever. But very often, like before I even started parsing, I was doing 100k DPS. And the person who introduced me to parsing and was like, you really should get a parser, was quite impressed. They're like, wow, you got to 100k DPS without a parser to tell you how your build's doing. It's like, yeah, you just feel it out. Does it feel good? Are things dying more quickly? You know, make a change. Things are not dying as quickly, I can tell. And yeah, that can get you quite far. The parser is really just for extra trying hard and, you know, being able to more properly assess the changes to your build. Although again, I still think feel is a very good indicator of whether or not things are performing better. Because also remember, it's a game. So even if something is giving you a higher number on the parser, but it feels bad to use, or you just don't feel like you're having as much fun, then like, who cares, right? Okay, I think that we have our traits largely sorted. We're going to need to put our powers on the bar, and we are going to double check. I think we're going to be taking off the chance of additional gravity wells, because that thing never procs for me anyway, doff, and we're going to be putting on the duty officer for auxiliary power to the inertial dampers, which actually might be a matter antimatter specialist, which would remove our gravity well chance to knock engines offline, which really wasn't a focus of our build anyway, so I'm not overly fussed to lose that. But let's see here. Matter antimatter specialist. I do have a sneaking suspicion that this is the DOF. Increases energy resistance and buff duration when using augs to dampers. Yep. So we are losing our chance for gravity well to knock enemy engines offline, but that's fine. And the chance for gravity wells, like I said, never procs for me. And so I'm like, or very rarely, like so very rarely that it's like once a blue moon. So we are going to put on an additional nurse for the survivability, because we did take off enlightened, which reduced our passive regen by 15%. So a purple nurse is going to, well, the version of it that we have is going to give us 20% additional hull regen for the survivals. Alrighty. Okay, doffs are in place. We need, why is this go away battery capacitor? Nobody cares about you. That reminds me, we need to get auxiliary batteries for feeding the space membrane. We might also have to look into EPS. Honestly, I don't invest in EPS generally, and I'd kind of be loath to do so. So aux to dampers needs to get on the board. Is this an empty slot? It is indeed an empty slot. And is this empty? No, it is not. This should be. So emergency power to auxiliary. We're probably going to prioritize. I generally have emergency power to engines go off first, because I want, you got to get there. Getting there is important. Let's see here. Just going to reallocate our screen real estate here a bit. Stations. Okay, so all the engineering powers are on the board. The science ability should already be here because we haven't changed anything. I'm going to go ahead and take off reinforcing squadrons because I sincerely believe that does nothing. We're going to do attack pattern beta 3 because I believe that will serve us best. Attack pattern beta 3. Is that an empty slot? Indeed it is. Let's see, we already have our shields distributing, which is useful. Now let's see here. We need to make sure that our phased... Okay, there's Domino. Dominion defense screen. We're going to go ahead and stick this over here in the spamming section because it can just generally be up to help preserve us. Did we get rid of our immunity? Our little immunity dude? We did. We might want him back. It should provide a decent crit damage bonus and the ability to immune ourselves if things are getting a little hairy is very useful. So I do not want to not have that. Tachyonet drones. What is this? Is this still gravity well? Domino. Domino is almost something that I would actually perhaps want spamming. What is this? Phased membrane. That is going to be something we use in a targeted fashion, I believe. There's no way of telling. But I think Domino will probably generally be killing things. Well, no. Hold on. Let's see here. Tachyonet drones. Move that there. Because there is certainly the opportunity where we would be spamming abilities when there's no enemies around. So I think we won't be irresponsible with that. I love me some spamming, but we're going to be more judicious than that. Okay, I believe... Yeah, we put bait on the board. These are already there. You can see that as well. Yes, to all of our engineering powers, the science powers should all still be there. Because we didn't do anything. Just doing a little double check. What is this? Yep. And yes. Where's my tractor beam holsters? Oh yeah, over here. Okay, so everything appears to be on the board. Our traits, our doffs, our consoles are generally all in order. Other than perhaps wanting to, it might be better than the Dominion defense screen, because I expect decentralized immunity. How much is it providing us? 11.3. We lost like 1% critical chance, but we were already over 50, and our severity only went down like by a point or something. I would like to have the decentralized immunity bubble. Is that it here? Did it? Yes, but we want it to be judiciously cast because the ship is not very thick. All right, so something else that we do need to consider is the Fakiri Torment engine. Because we have a lot of dots in my build. My temporal spec has a 10% chance to proc a dot on projectiles, which we are very focused on. This increases the damage of non-exotic dots. And also our omega kinetic shearing should also count as a dot. Of course, you never know if the tags have been appropriately applied for it to work, but I'm thinking that this could put in some work. So I'm gonna go ahead and nerf our crit by an additional little bit. Our torpedoes are taking a little bit of a hit, but I'm thinking that this dot might ultimately do us better in the end. Okay. We should save our build to a new loadout. Save to new loadout, and we are going to call this True Kinetic. Or perhaps true torp. Because it is all about the torps and not, like an exotic torp build. Or rather, like science torp. We shall rename this one to For Science. It will not let me put in the exclamation point, so all caps will have to suffice for our emphasis. Right. We need to get this to be... so we're going to be losing one of our... What's it called? Control abilities for unconventional systems in favor of Concentrate Firepower 3. So, ROM Psi 2, let us see if you are mercifully already... Where are you? You're not where you're supposed to be. ROM Psi 2, skills. Do you already have... You have no specialization training, and I do not want to swap people around, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to bite the bullet and buy this. Let's see. Beam on to Deep Space Nine. We're just going to beam on normally because we're going to buy this off of the exchange rather than craft one because crafting one is annoying. We totally could, but honestly, the amount of resources that we will get from like doing a patrol, not that we'll be doing a patrol, but when I next do a patrol, it will completely compensate for this inefficiency of fund usage. So specialization, qualification, dash, space dash. It's very important that you type everything into the exchange exactly correctly. Com for command. Let's see, 250, that is fine. Buy. And let's see here. ROM Psi 2, skills, train and command. Yes. Then we are going to account bank, I believe, should have my pads. I like to keep them in there so that I'm not seeing them here. So we should probably also see Quark before we go anywhere because we are about ready to go, but add R&D, officer training, concentrate firepower 3. Thank you. Right there. We shall use a modicum of patience for 30 seconds and use that time to put this back in here and go see Quark and then sort our inventory because obviously that is required. Take this, take this.
What can I get for you?
By bork, do you mean I am muted, Goody? I believe I just unmuted myself. Okay, yeah, description is useful. Let us make sure we use more descriptive terms, and let us also know that it's very suspicious if Neko is silent for such a long period of time, right? Tell me sooner. Neko has been talking to Neko's self, and none of my people, none of my fishies were good, and let me know. Shame on you. Shame. You are forgiven, my fishies, but also, like, do better. Your game audio is so low, I could barely tell it was just your mic. Well, Neko is not generally silent for long periods of time, because how engaging would that be? Let's see here. Concentrate, firepower 3. We probably do want our domino and our base membrane going off before it. So we will do that. Also, my game's music should be completely off, actually. Are we now prepared? I do not have, let's see, batteries. Deuterium surplus could be useful for get up and go, but where? Let's put this go. And let's see here. Deuterium burn, put you here. And then batteries. There's also a kinetic battery, which I don't generally use, and I think I'm not going to start right this second because that would just be skewing our perception. Red matter capacitor. I wonder how readily available this is. 25 all power levels for 30 seconds. There is a duty officer that helps with battery cooldowns, and I think it specifically affects like normal batteries, not like these exotic particle batteries. And this would perhaps be a case in which that DOF is not completely useless. There's an auxiliary battery. We have one. Do I want to bother? I would really need to look into that duty officer, which I don't think I have. I think I may have acquired it from the exchange, took it to Tribble, found out it was not going to be useful to the extent that I had hoped, and so resold it on the exchange. This is the exact time at which it could potentially have been useful. So let's see. Quality probably would have been very rare. Specialization unselect. Might also be more productive for us to just do a quick Google. Okay. Star Trek Online, duty officers, batteries. Well, maybe the listing for battery will mention the duty officer. Nope. That seems like an oversight, doesn't it? Cool down. This is not being readily informative. Perhaps this will. It's a list of best DOS for active space duty. Maybe somebody considered the battery one of them. Battery. Quartermaster. All right, let's see here. Also, I know I was booping chat for my error of muting myself and not realizing it, but that is on me. I need to figure out how to make OBS tell me when, like, I need an alert telling me that I am muted. But I have not yet gotten that quite sorted. I have, like, the beginnings of a possible solution, but I haven't quite managed to get the execution to go through. Specialization, quartermaster. But yes, I just wanted chat to know that I know it is my fault if I am muted and am unaware. Looks like we do not have that off. Let us save our loadout real quick. And then we will go on to Deep Space Nine. We will check to see if it is priced at, you know, a level that I'm willing to throw money at it. And we're also going to be paranoid and check our audio is on. Okay. Let's see. So it'll be a quartermaster. Reset. That's probably going to be engineering or ops. Quartermaster under ops. We want the quality to be very rare. Minimum. It would be very useful if the descriptions would load. It'd also be useful if we could sort that we only want Federation things on our Federation character. A little thing that says only show usable items. It does not sort. Like, you are Federation, so we're not going to show you Klingon things. Next. Next. Okay, there's a 10 million one for recharge time reduced on all batteries, which is a misnomer because it's not all batteries. We're just going to check because sometimes people sell things for remarkably less. Yep, so let's see here. 100% cooldown rate could be useful. 10 million is nothing, it'll be fine. Purchase was successful. Of course, we're going to be getting rid of one of our nurses for it, but it's fine, because if it actually keeps that console going, then it could be very useful. Quarter master. And then we're going to need some AUX batteries, which honestly, where did those even come from? R&D, we're going to see if they're craftable under engineering. I feel like would be where we might find some special batteries. Battery hull patch, large auxiliary battery ×5. It says we're missing somebody. We do not have A required duty officer. What is required? A warp theorist. Well, let's find out how much. Plus 100 auxiliary power setting for 10 seconds. That's honestly not shabby. I'm curious if that's not telling us the boost from the skill passive, because it would be 20 seconds if that's not already boosted, because if it was 5, that would be sad. But let's see here. We need a warp theorist. Where does one find one of those? Am I right? They might be an engineer, or they're going to be a scientist. Okay, so probably science. Warp theorist. So what do these things even do? Debuff target's turn rate by 20% for 15 seconds when using tachyon beam. Like, literally nobody cares. Not useful. Like, maybe in PvP, but also probably not. The cheapest one is this one, and I want a purple one. So 800k. Bloop. Gonna have to remember to protect these duty officers as well at some point. Are they, let's see, are they going to be in my recently acquired thing? Roster. Oh, who knows? R&D. I will deal with that later. Engineering. Large auxiliary battery. Is there there's no slider? There's no slider. So I cannot like tell it to craft a whole bajillion of them at once, which means I need more warp theorists. Start task. And they take 5 minutes to craft? Are you kidding me? I think we're gonna find ourselves some cheaper warp theorists. Warp theorist. Let's look at rare and see how much those cost. 300k is more reasonable, but also not great for something that's literally just for crafting batteries. It's interesting that I selected uncommon, and yet there is a... Oh, okay, it was just taking its time to populate. Oh. Let's see, how many slots are available? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will get 5 of these green ones. Bye. Bye. 3. 4. Well, although the price went up on me, did I not notice the price go up on me? Hopefully I did not buy too many of them at a price beyond what I was expecting to pay. My screen was kind of in my way. You know what, I should maybe if this was not quite so wide. There we go. Batteries, right. Auxiliary battery large. Again, yes. At least we have been lucky with the batteries being crafted as hens twice in a row. Although it appears that since I acknowledged the luck, it has left us. Dun, dun, dun. And we are going to go ahead and waste a bit of dill getting these immediately. It's really not much. I want enough to be able to get to work, and then we can slot these. Did it say that I ran out? I must not have had enough warp theorists. Let us check. Warp theorist. Search. We're not paying that much for a green one. Are you kidding me? Who put that up there? Well, what does it do? Adds 30% to your turn rate while at full impulse. Like, really, who cares? Rare. Buy one more. Just to make sure we can, like, fully slot. Large auxiliary battery. Again. Our purple failed us and didn't get us a 10. Thank you, blue. You have earned the 300k we just wasted on you. Of course, we might find that we munch these things like candy, just like if that DOF is actually doing their job and reducing the cooldown on them, we may find ourselves just like gnawing through these things like okie dokie, Goudy man. Ta-ta for meow then. Let's see here. Auxiliary battery large. Let us make sure that we set that protected status to on. Let's see, are there any other? That's the only stack being shown here, so whatever. We'll have to decide whether or not we want to use that judiciously. I do not... Is it here? That's a deuterium burn, which we already relocated. This is auxiliary battery large. I'm thinking we might want to specifically trigger it when we're activating our phased space membrane, assuming that overcapping our energy counts toward giving it duration. Let's see how long it lasts for. 20 seconds. And we'll have to see what the cooldown is. We've got a duty officer that's reducing the cooldown to... Goody says, no muting the mic while I'm gone, because then no one else will tell you. I just mute myself to try and spare you guys whenever a noise, an unpleasant noise perhaps, might be occurring. I want to make sure that that's spared, but I really do need to get that mute thing sorted. Yep, we're gonna have to see what the cooldown is. And you know what? We can waste a battery. We're good with wasting a battery, aren't we? 30 seconds? That is not shabby. And it's like going down like it's a global cooldown. So every 30 seconds, like every 20 seconds. No, every 30 seconds for 20 seconds. So it's like a 2/3 uptime. That totally could be spammed. But we are going to be responsible, I guess. Because we don't want to be eating batteries like that. every 30 seconds. Could you imagine? Oh my gosh. We'll have to be careful with that. You know, we'll see. Also, we're going to stop throwing away our batteries, our auxiliary batteries at least, but perhaps our batteries in general. Maybe batteries don't suck. And Neko needs to be eating them like candy. All right. We could also put the red matter capacitor in here just for funsies to like make sure. I don't think except for it might go on cooldown if you activate a battery. So it may not be worth it. It's probably not worth it. And we're not going to bother finding out at this time. Let us save our loadout. True Torp. Alrighty, so let's go try hard, right? Let's go. Let me also just check my build real quick. My traits. Like, I'm just thinking that we're probably about to have a hard time in 5 Onslaught Advanced Solo. But it's also probably fine, you know, like, we'll find out. There's only one way to find out, right? Private. 5 Onslaught Advanced. Start. Now I'm going to take some time to think about an energy build for this, because that's the other thing I would want to showcase on a relatively new ship, is energy. Let's see, the stations are almost all universal, so I mean, you could really do whatever you want with this thing. I can't say that pilot is very much a boon in terms of specialization powers. You know, there's the maneuvers that I just did are great, but in terms of the actual powers of the spec, not so much. Attack pattern lambda might be decent, you know, for survivability potentially, but I would kind of expect And the command abilities, you know, command basically concentrate firepower 3 is what's really going to be a boon for this ship, regardless of if you're going with energy, because you could put on at least one torpedo. But yeah, I'm thinking that if we're going with energy, we're probably not going to be doing anything with the specializations. We'll probably just be going like, you know, engineering stuff for emergency power to weapons, you know, standard issue tactical stuff. Maybe we'll try to maintain some controls for unconventional systems, because there are like the domino that we could be using. We're going to go ahead and enhance Battle Cloak and just see what it does. Put on our threatening stance so that if we do take damage, it will increase our hull capacity.
You will find clarity.
We're not going to run into the middle of the pack this time though, because
Purpose. You will be born.
let's see here. Oh, that's wrecking things rather nicely, isn't it? Our phased space membrane seems to be giving us some excellent boosts. We want to make sure that we don't get too close because we are using sniper. We want to try to be mindful of our health because you never know. Something weird seems to be happening with phased. This is phased space membrane, isn't it? Is this something that you can turn on and off? If it's okay, and then it went off? Weird. Why was it having difficulty triggering? Like triggering and staying off. Or, you know, staying active. Weird. I don't know. We're going to have to see. Gonna have to be mindful of that. We are surviving quite nicely. So, you know, fears abating. Part of the problem of being such a small ship is that it can be hard to see where you're facing. And like, you want to be far enough out that you can see, but not so far out that you can't see yourself, right? The space memory is having a really hard time triggering. I wonder if it's something that like can't be put into spam. Let us relocate it.
That form was fled. Weak.
And I'll try to activate it manually. And let's see here. Put that on shift 2, I believe. Okay, that's doing it. It is very sad that that is not apparently a spammable ability. Like if you want to do that. Where? Oh, there you are. We're going to save our base membrane for Her Majesty. Ooh, no thank you. Hopefully a torpedo spread will catch it.
Your efforts are futile.
Oh, good.
Destroy this vessel. When I claim another, you could be so much more.
Let us set her off. Activating our space membrane. She's going down very nicely. Dun dun dun. Our deeps numbers weren't as good as we would like. They weren't bad. Like we were at about 110k. But one would hope for better. But we also survived very nicely. And I would say it was quite fun. We would need to, however, we're going to have to adjust. We're going to have to adjust tactics here. Let's see. I'm finding myself rest or available buttons, you know, to like...
Did you think you had destroyed me?
No, lady, I know you're still here. Lurking always. Let's see. Gravity well. domino. Hmm. Normally I like my 4 button to be my survival bits. This wasn't so necessary, and I think I can remember to hit 1. And then this will activate the auxiliary battery and phased space membrane. And I think that we can maybe use this to maintain our... Or like maybe... I don't know, because I'm kind of loathed to put gravity well into a spam location, but I was spamming it this time. But I could just relocate it for spamming for the, because it's primarily there for an unconventional systems trigger. So we kind of do want it going off as frequently as possible. It's always possible that it could like find itself in an inconvenient location, you know, relative to where we cast it. But unintentional maneuvering. But I think we would be best served if it was spamming for the purposes of cooldowns. In which case I'm also honestly quite tempted to have domino spam so that it gets activated first and then all of our controls go off to keep it going. Oh. Adam the Ant Plays has rated us with an three whole persons. Yay! Welcome, Adam, as well as your 3 minions that you have brought to present to me as tribute. Each and every one of you, if you are not followed to me, will follow immediately. Did you raid me again? How? Am I the only one who saw that it said that we were raided twice? Or was it like a test raid the first time? I shall repeat myself. If you are not followed to Neko, you should do it immediately because I require your warm bodies in my pile to make Twitch Senpai notice me. So if you would be so kind as to do me that favor, you do not ever have to even come back and watch me. Just follow me and then before you leave, please. Or stay, because hopefully I am worth watching. Let's see here. Just doing a little checky check. Right. And welcome, people who hopefully maybe came. You may have like immediately been like, no, how rude of you raiding with me. No, I'm not. I came to watch an ant, not a Neko. Hello, thank you for your follow. Thank you. You've got a name that I suspect could get me canceled for saying, even though there is a graphical image manipulation program called GIMP that artists use, such as myself. I do use GIMP, the program, to modify photos and things like that. And yeah. So Twitch, please do not cancel me. I'm still here. I'm climbing on your leg. Ooh woo. That costs extra. Put a tip in the jar. Let me see here. Unsave changes. Let's see. Right, because we were fiddling with all follower received. Sir Stumble a lot. Sir Stumble, is that correct? You can correct me in chat and engage in the algorithm by doing so if I didn't get it correctly. Feels millions of ants climbing into the pile. If only. I need the entire colony and I need them to count as more than one person. Yay, then I got it right. Welcome. Thank you for adding your warm body to the pile so that maybe Twitch Senpai will notice me. What were we streaming, Adam, before we came here? Was it War Farm or were you doing Stow? Or perhaps something else? What was I? Right, we were contemplating. I think I want this here. Do I want that to spam? No, I want this here. Do I want this to spam? I mean, we do have intelligence agent attaché to perhaps have it at its global, maybe? I do not know if it will function well enough. You know, I can go back over here. I think we have sorted our shenanigans. I think I might, you know what, no, let us save it. And we are going to attempt an ISA solo. War Farm. I didn't buy the 13th bundle, so I figured I didn't have much to add right now to Stow. Oh, well, you can just stream about anything. Is everybody streaming about the 13th anniversary bundle? I mean, I've been, like, you know, my flagship, my debut streams have all been about the bundle because it's, you know, temporally advantageous, but Goody has royally messed up his sleeping schedule. The Grim Reaper of Sleep is coming for him, apparently. Is it time for Goody to go to sleep? Is that what is happening? Are you home now and your pillow is calling? Most of the bigger creators, yep. Others just do whatever. Indeed. Well, I am not one of the bigger creators, but I am also going to be featuring... This has been fun. This little pack of gum has been fun so far. I do not hate it. I generally tend to lean into more cannon-looking ships or, you know, more saucer, secondary hull, nacelle type situations, but I have been enjoying this so far. Oh, poor Goody. The sleepy times are upon you. You have a good night. Sleep well. Dream sweet. Let's see here. Right. Let us double... okay. Something caught my eye. Yep. Okay, so we're good to go. Let us try an ISA solo. We were having trouble with this, space membrane did not want to go off when we were spamming, like adding it to like a spam thing, so hopefully purposeful activation will make it go. That is assuming that Adam will remain. Not that I need a moderator, honestly, nobody's misbehaving. Let's see. Infected the conduit. Advanced. Start. Woo! Fast service. Indeed. Have at thee. I want to see you swinging around that little pin.
The situation is
Yes. It always is. We're fine. I want you to, I would say swinging around that toothpick, but that would be quite the monumental task, I feel. Let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and activate this enhanced battle cloak, even though I think we fire torpedoes so rapidly that we never actually recloak. So we'll see how that goes. It may be absolutely pointless, but we're doing it. Turning on our threatening stance because we're the only thing here, so we definitely are going to be threatened. Swings sword.
Scanning the nano
Swashes all the buckles.
gun. Additional data is available.
Get it? We'll activate our immunity shield because things are hitting us a little bit harder than we would like. Just to be safe, we don't want to die immediately. take that torpedo to the face while we are immune. That is the preferred. Oh, where did my... this? Unfortunately, we do not have the exotic shenanigans to take these out without
Probes can repair the transformers. Stop
without
that.
actually focusing them. They can be a little squirrely to target. Oh, well, the other one got taken out all by its lonesome. We are grateful. The phased membrane is refusing to go off unless it is actively clicked. I can't just push a button and make it go. That is lame.
A probe is closing in on a transformer.
It might work
Destroy it.
under shift. Like if I hit shift to... Since we don't have a lot of AoE, I am going to try and take these things out
Destroy it.
while they are relatively compact. Oh, a cube. Why? Why are you not dead yet? Well, that was not terribly ineffective, was it? Things are dead. As they should be. Release me, cube, with your stupid tractor beam. Alright. Set it off. Set it off. It refuses to go.
A probe is closing in on a transformer. Destroy it.
I feel like my concentrate firepower has gone missing. Concentrate firepower. Or it's gone dark for some reason? Interesting. Let's go. That's right, I need this. Because perhaps shift 3 will trigger it. Sometimes I've noticed that be a problem. Alright. So we are going to move this here for now because I don't even know where to put it. Okay. Concentrate our firepower. Yay, that did work. Shift 3, putting it on shift 3 will let me get the bonus torp damage. Interestingly, that auxiliary power drain is quite potent. I would not expect it to have been quite that vicious to us. I think there's a little bit of a learning curve here. Because if I had known exactly what I was doing and how these things are being finicky, we probably would have gotten higher than 141k DPS, which is not bad, especially when you really don't quite know what you're doing. This is the first time I've ever built for this phased space membrane console. So, you know, it always just seemed like it'd be a finicky annoyance to do. It seems Nico was right, but not as bad as I would have feared, perhaps. We're just gonna have to, like, you know, feel it out and see, because it feels like it could be quite potent. Again, 141k DPS is not bad, but I am quite confident we could have done better. It's so cute the way it tucks in its nacelles when it bursts. Let's go. Alrighty. So, we did our hive onslaught advanced, and we did this. We survived both. So, tough little ship. Little. Let's see here. So I think next we will be doing an energy build because I have shown off the like pseudo science ship, the fake science ship, and I have just shown off the torpedo boat. So even though I think it could do better, those, TFOs take time to cool down. So we are going to look at, first of all, we are going to save this. We also need to maybe, what else did I move? What is this? This is nothing. And what is this? Yep, okay. This, what? Normally I like to put that on the shift 3 that I had to put the phase space membrane on. So, it's just going to go there. And again, I'm not sure how useful this was because we fire our torpedoes so frequently. I don't think we ever actually recloak. So, like, it's cute that they gave it a enhanced battle cloak and, oh, it's the first Federation ship that has one or whatever, but also why? Why? Because it's not very valuable, I don't think, but, maybe under certain circumstances, maybe under PvP circumstances, but generally I'm like, what? Okay, fine. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, save our true torp. Load out. Now, energy. I generally do not want to do, I don't know, maybe I should ask chat and you can tell me what kind of energy build, because it's not going to be the pilot. We're not going to do the pilot-based weapon because it's honestly bad. It is not good. You have to build so very specifically to make it work because of its EPS requirements and like very outlier weapon behaviors that it's not good. So we're definitely not doing that. So do we want to do a beam overload build? Do we want to do fire at will? Do we want to do cannon rapid fire? Do we want to do cannon scatter volley? Generally, my preferences would be toward something beam for the nice firing arcs that we would have, or cannon scatter volley, because cannon scatter volley is the active power actually increases your firing arc. So even if you have like the 45-degree angle dual heavy cannons, it expands them and makes it more generous so that you don't have to quite aim your face directly at the thing that you're trying to be rid of. So dual heavy cannons, beam overload, or fire at will. What are we thinking, chat? And I will consider for myself while you guys debate whether or not you're going to interact. Like, I'm not here to be a participant, I'm here to be entertained. I'm thinking I still want to have a decent amount of control abilities because we could keep our domino, up for deeps. I'm trying to think if there are any other active space consoles that are good for energy weapon damage. The DPRM, obviously, but I don't have that. And generally I'm not that big of a fan of clickies because they tend to have a long cooldown and a relatively short uptime. At the very least, we could use the tachyonet drones more liberally. don't think we're going to retain a torpedo. I think we're going to completely get rid of torpedoes as part of this build. So the question is, will this go back to being a science power? Or are we perhaps going to do engineering? I'm going to be inclined to just go ahead and do emergency power to weapons 1. Emergency power to engines. We're not going to do torps at all. It's going to be pure energy, so we're going to get rid of this. We can do photonic shock wave for an additional control. Chat is not providing instruction, so I think since we're already set up for cannon scatter volley, we might do that. Just trying to think if there's anything that would be beneficial. If this has chemosite laced weaponry 1, there would be at least an... Yep, we do. Thinking a little bit. Thinking. Because some things like, you know, if you're doing a beam overload build or a cannon rapid fire build, there's abilities like blank. Like preferential targeting, where it's beneficial to, say, activate cannon scatter volley, and even if you don't have any cannons, because it boosts your beam overload. It also works for rapid fire, but you would activate fire at will to get that bonus. Cannon scatter volley, which is what I'm looking to do here, because I feel like it's thematic, you know, like the Aquarius looks like a Defiant type ship, which has its cannons. So I want to focus, I think, on cannons and, you know, kind of go with a theme. And there's no ability like preferential targeting for that benefits cannon scatter volley. So although we could put on beam overload, I don't think we're going to do that. We are, however, going to slot the Terran Task Force Phaser Beam Array, because even though we're not focusing on beams, that hits just so hard that you would be foolish not to equip it. We also want the Terran Task Force dual heavy cannons, because they similarly have that passive that makes them hit crazy hard. Let's see here. Dual. We're going to want the... Actually, we're going to want the wide angle phaser. You know, with this many beams that are going to end up on our cannon build, we might want fire at will just to, you know, make them do something, but, you know, do something more, but not guaranteed. Like they might just be fine as they are. We'll have to see. But I mean, regardless of if we end up slotting it, there's a very good chance that we might want to slot superior area denial, because even though we don't have any pets, the damage debuff that it provides would be useful. And we do have a pilot ability, so we could slot cold-hearted. Oh my gosh, we could be doing a whole bunch of debuffs. I'm excited. Okay, let's see. I think we're going to slot the Agony Phaser quad cannons. And then normally I would slot a wide angle dual heavy cannon, but I do not see that I have one on this character, which is honestly surprising. We can just do Agony. Now, the question is what we want to do with our aft weapon slot, because kinetic cutting beam does interact with the assimilated module. There's a 2-piece bonus that, more details, that 2.5% chance when firing energy weapons to gain Omega Weapon Amplifier for 5 seconds, which is plus 10 weapon power, plus 500 weapon power drain resistance, and minus 500 weapon power cost. Which is like, that's highly redundant. Like, why do you need drain resistance and weapon cost reduction? But, you know, I'm not going to complain. But basically, that could be a very good way of keeping your energy weapon damage high. But you know what? I think we're going to be fine. If we are overcapping, if we go ahead and go with full power to weapons, the rest into engines, and I'm going to have to debate whether or not I want to replace this Graviton Implosion Charge. The debuff that it does to our enemies could be very substantial for our debuff build. And it would be very thematic if we're going to do an energy debuff build. But what we were talking about was whether or not we were going to replace this. And I think we'll be fine. So we're going to either put on the Trilithium Omni or the Trilithium Turret. Lithium. The turret would interact with Cannon Scatter Volley, but I believe that the beam is known to hit harder, like even under these circumstances. I think. I mean, I would kind of want to do the beam for, you know, the very canon visual, you know, CANON, canon visuals of looking right with, like, you know, but the beam, you know, we're going to put on the turret just for fun. And, you know, maybe it should be the Omni, but we'll decide later. We do not need the covert warhead module because we're not doing torps. So I'm going to go ahead and replace that. Well, you know, we're going to just unequip. For now, we also don't need this. Unequip. I'm just trying to be mindful. We're also not going to need these. Phaser. I don't think we're concerned about survival at this point because we've been surviving just fine with our current build, and I don't expect that to change. Like, it shouldn't change with the changes that we're about to make. So I am going to... Oh, that's funny. This build, we did not bother swapping this like so. That is how that should have been on the other build. I'll have to fix that later. Disable visuals. Let's see here. Phaser. So these would be good for survival. They are colony tactical consoles that have a chance when you activate the weapon of the type. Like for Phaser, it would be energy weapon firing modes, to give a pretty substantial hull heal and shield regeneration. So we're obviously not going to be trying to capitalize on enhanced battle cloak, which I mean doesn't really seem to do anything on the ship anyway, even if you're built in a way that it normally would, because it just fires torpedoes so rapidly. So I'm not anticipating us having difficulty with survival. So I think we're going to go with critical chance consoles. We're just going to go ham on those. Let's see here. Double check to make sure. Phaser. The Fakiri Torment engine may yet be beneficial, but I suspect not. I think that we actually probably should replace that. Let's see here. Domino is going to be useful. Decentralized immunity. Wait, are you not? Why are you not? What? It's fine. It's here, and it also wants to be here. It's fine. Tachyokinetic converter. Let's see here. let us check our stats. 54% crit chance with 262 crit severity. I think I'm going to aim more at severity. Helical torsion. It's going to give us phaser damage and 15% critical severity. I'm inclined to keep decentralized immunity, even though there are other things out there, because I want the severity and also the ability to pop our little immunity drone if we find ourselves in trouble is going to be very useful. Let's see. Yes. 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 Yep. Yep. Indeed. Yes. Okay, looks like we're good. So we're currently at 54% critical chance with 277 critical severity. Let's see here. Traits. Improved gravity well is probably something that we didn't need to retain in our last build, but it was fine. We might, in fact, still want it. Honestly, probably not. We're probably going to want to go hard on energy damage. I don't recall this doing anything at all. I don't recall seeing subspace rifts. So we may have proven that that was bunk. I will have to check the parse, and I may in fact do that before we go too far, but I'm going to go ahead and unslot all of our kinetic stuff. We're going to want our typical emergency weapon cycle. Emergency weapon cycle. Because pilot abilities, you know, this is probably not going to be able to stay. Gravity well. Improved gravity well is probably going to have to go because I'm already just thinking, normally I do not use cold-hearted because it's usually used with Augs to Bat builds, and I've generally been steering away from Augs to Bat for cooldowns and haven't found it generally particularly useful outside of cooldowns. I mean, it does do some stuff for your energy, but it can also kind of screw you over with your energy when it sucks all the auxiliary out and tries to redistribute it. So we're not going to be doing that. But cold-hearted also, which has the tooltip been updated to make that not a hidden feature, or any pilot bridge officer ability. It used to not tell you that pilot bridge officer abilities triggered it. But this is a pilot ship, so we do have our one pilot ability that we are using as a trigger. Let's see, what is its cooldown? Well, it was 40, so it's probably... you know what, we're going to look it up. We're going to look it up to be certain. Clean getaway. Star Trek Online. Clean getaway. Should tell us a duplicate. Duplicate ability cooldown 15 seconds. That's actually really good. So with a duplicate ability cooldown of 15 seconds, we should expect our cold-hearted. It, while active, tell me the duration. Well, it's not saying how long it activates for, it's telling how long it impacts. Each stack of cold-hearted for 15 seconds does these things, but it's going to be most likely between 10 to 15 seconds of activity once it's triggered, which we might actually be able to see on our status if we just go ahead and activate Clean Getaway. Cold-hearted. It was those numbers are too small for Neko's eyes. So one of you fishies will have to be a seeing eye fish and tell me what it said. but this is a very, very potent debuff, and I'm quite excited for us to be putting that back into rotation because you've got Pilot, then you can use it without Og's to Bat. Let's see, we're also going to want Heart of Soul, which comes from the Edison, I want to say, C-Store ship. It is a Cat 3 damage increase by providing, I believe, about 10% firing cycle haste. Come on, each Heart of Soul. Yep, 10%. And it also provides a 5% Cat 2 damage to phasers. Very beneficial. We also want Overpowered and Overgunned, which comes from the legendary Defiant. I believe it'll be 12.5% firing cycle haste. All am in OP, Overpowered and Overgunned. Yep, 12.5%. It's also reducing our weapon power cost, which is going to offset the fact that we took off our kinetic cutting beam and lost the 2-piece for the assimilated technology set. What is my favorite Star Trek series? Voyager. Voyager is my favorite. What's yours? I feel like you may have asked me this question before, but I'm not certain. If not you, somebody. It does no harm to ask again. Let's see here. And I am honestly thinking that we might want superior area denial for additional debuffs. Because with an attack pattern beta 3 providing nearly 50 damage reduction, superior area denial would add another 30, if I'm not mistaken. Let us go find it to be certain of numbers. Superior. Yep, minus 30 all damage resistance rating. And then Cold Heart can stack up to 50. So you would have 130% damage resistance reduction, which would not only be crazy for our own capabilities, but it's going to make our whole team hit that much harder. So this ship being a debuff monster with all of this on it would be fantastic. But I am going to think, oh no, we need our extension trait. Dang it. Plot thwarted. I will have to think. I'll have to think. I do not want to lose Honor Dead because it's basically what's been keeping us alive. So we'll have to see. But Withering Barrage is what we're going to slot because maximizing your uptime of your firing mode spreading is going to be generally a very aggressive DPS increase, survivability increase by virtue of all those enemies being dead. Scatter Volley takes out mines sometimes, it takes out heavy torpedoes sometimes, so it can actually really help you stay alive as well on top of improving your DPS. DS9 is mine, and I may have asked before or asked about favorite Voyager episodes. If this sounds familiar to you, if you ask me about the favorite Voyager episode, I think the one that I mentioned, because there are so many that I just love, but I really enjoy, I believe you told me it was, if you're the same person, it might be the episode called One with 7 of 9 and the doctor being alone on the ship, and they have to tend to all the ship's needs and the crew while they travel a hazardous area of space. And I enjoy the doctor and I enjoy 7. And so I very much like that episode. Let's see here. I do like Deep Space Nine too, by the way. I remember we have had this exact conversation before, but then there's nothing wrong with having it again, because there could be new viewers who don't know what my favorite Star Trek is or one of my favorite episodes. Let's see here. Withering Barrage, Cold Hearted, Emergency Weapon Cycle, And I do expect that Cold-Hearted would probably do us better than Superior Area Denial in this particular instance because it can stack to a higher damage resistance debuff. It's also honestly not that frequently used anymore because the event ship that this came from, the Flesh Brick, I believe. Goody mentioned it earlier, but it's a tier 6. What are those refrigerated people called again? I can see their ships. I can see their face. You know, their refrigerated mask face. Breen, the Breen. Speaking of Deep Space Nine, it's a Breen Raider, I want to say, and it provides this cold-hearted trait, and that is the one, right? It's one of the Breen ships. It may in fact be the Chelgret one. Well, darn, I don't remember. If you want to know about Cold-Hearted, you can look it up on the wiki and it'll tell you which ship it comes from. But I'm also going to do my due diligence, and since we're talking about it, Star Trek Online Cold-Hearted. Let's be a good streamer. Let's not be like those people who are like, you know, it comes from a place. Breen Plush Trowel Heavy Raider. But yeah, it's an event ship that is so old by now that a lot of new players simply won't have had access to it, weren't here for it. And, you know, so it's not going to be as commonly slotted. And it's also, you know, it's fighting with more meta or routinely talked about traits. I think it's largely kind of a little bit forgotten. Not entirely forgotten. I think the DPS League still will tell you that Cold-Hearted can really hit like a truck. It's really good for at least one person on your team to have it and be stacking it up. But I think it's not as commonly available. So I'm personally going to go with Cold-Hearted because I think it'll do us better. Let's see here. I ask the Voyager questions to everyone lately just because I did a rewatch ranking of all the episodes. Indeed, I remember you telling me that. I kind of want to see... Oh, you know what? Another favorite episode, I believe, although, like, honestly, it's been so long since I've seen it that my memory of things is not flawless. But it would be another 7 featuring episode, the one where she becomes a, like, temporary temporal agent. I think that it's a story where, like, the dude who's trying to prevent Voyager from getting blown up by some evil people is getting the space, not the temporal bends or something like that, or temporal narcosis. And so they need somebody to, like, take over, and they recruit 7 of 9 because also her Borg implants would allow her to see the hidden explosive device. And yeah, I rather like that. I rather like that episode. Honestly, most of the episodes that come to mind are ones that feature 7. I'm also thinking about that one that, like, technically features Harry Kim, which I also enjoy Harry Kim. He was awarded, like, hottest man on the planet or something like that by a magazine when he was on Voyager, and it was well deserved. He was hot. Harry Kim was a hottie, but that episode where he gets to captain an alien ship and he's like, but Captain, I was supposed to do this by myself. And Captain Janeway is like, take 7. She has no rank, so clearly you outrank her. And I enjoy that episode as well. Oh, also that episode where the Doctor, you know, possesses 7's body because of the hologram, like, hunters or whatever they are with their bigotry. Relativity. Yeah, that's a great time travel episode, although time travel is for sure overdone in Trek. Honestly, like, it's a minority of episodes, grand scheme. Yeah, it depends. It depends. At least they know they're not Doctor Who and they're not trying too hard at it. It's just kind of like an occasional shenanigan. Right. We are no longer doing torpedoes. So we are going to put on Tyler's Duality. We are going to take off Omega Kinetic Shearing, and we are going to go with probably Amplified Armaments, or I think it's called Magnified Armaments for the bonus damage. Where is it? I know it's purple. There you are. Magnified Firepower. Or plus 6.3% bonus weapon damage. We're also, again, not doing projectiles, so we do not need resonating payload modification. We are going to go with superior cannon training. We do not need superior projectile training any longer. Let us see here. Okay, is there anything specific? I'm trying to think if there's anything that would very specifically benefit. I mean, we do have beam, so we can just use superior beam training. Yeah, I think that'll probably do us better than like point blank, for example, because, you know, this is covering all of our weapons now. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. That looks like that would be a good thing to do. Again, just doing a little quick scroll to check and see if something jumps out at me as like, duh, obviously, why is that not slotted? Stat. So now we have a crit chance of 57.9% and severity of 277.8. Let's see. Our deflector is correct. Our impulse engines are correct. Warp and shield are mycelial Tilly 2-piece. Prevailing innervated impulse engines for the get up and go from when we activate our firing modes. Let's see here. Tachyokinetic converter for crit chance and severity from the Lobby store. Vulnerability locator phasers ×4, which come from the Fleet Spire for critical chance and phaser damage. The Tachyon net drones, which comes from the Bozeman for the crit chance, crit severity, and the active clicky of it is quite potent, which you can see there for yourself. That it takes the enemy's shields offline when you critically hit them. I believe there's a little bit of a lockout where like they go down, but then they can come back up. And it also applies kinetic damage. In this case, 3,300. Is that 39? That looks like it might be 39. Every time you critically hit, which we should be critting like nobody's business. Decentralized immunity we are using for the critical severity, as well as the immunity drone for if we find ourselves in trouble. Weaponized helical torsion for 15% phaser damage and 15% critical severity. Domino for 15% phaser damage, 20% accuracy, and the active clicky, which will provide 25% bonus all damage and 25% firing cycle haste. Firing cycle haste being a category 3 damage increase, which is the best category. Let's see, recharge speed on torpedoes doesn't matter. The bridge officers would be helpful. We might actually need to be taking a hit somewhere because I kind of want speed tweaks. Hold on. We are currently using bioneural infusion circuits, which comes from the Lobby store. Oh, I should also tell you, Domino comes off of an event ship, the Bajoran Interceptor. It is available through the Phoenix prize pack, but you will very likely not get lucky with it. Weaponized helical torsion comes from the Mirror Crossfield, which was part of the same anniversary pack that this ship was purchased from for me personally, though you can buy this ship separately. The unlock of the Terran Crossfield is limited to the bundle, though. So if you break the bundle, then, I mean, I think you can still buy the bundle, but really you shouldn't break. Like, if you want that bundle, get the bundle. Don't, like, break it and then buy it later. That's wildly inefficient with your money. But it comes from that. Also, the legendary temporal science vessel, also known as the Glen, which is the Crossfield in the legendary 10 pack, also gives you this console. The decentralized immunity comes from the Terran Trailblazer from the 12th anniversary bundle. And that's also available separately, but that pack has the superior area denial trait, that comes from the lockbox ship, the Mirror Strikewing Escort, something along those lines. We've had this conversation earlier in the stream, but do not break that bundle. Like, by no means ever break that bundle. That ship is too valuable. It's too good. You want the ship, you want the trait, you want the experimental weapon we are presently using is from that ship. So, and we were talking about slotting the trait here too. We're not doing it in this particular instance, but if we didn't have Cold-Hearted, we should be slotting probably Superior Area Denial, and that would be something that you could do if you bought the 12th anniversary bundle. Tachyonet drones, I already told you it comes from the Bozeman. The assimilated module comes from the Omega Rep. The bioneural infusion circuits comes from the Lobby store. And then we have our Lorca's custom fire controls, which is one of the best crit chance consoles in the game. It also gives us weapon power and shield penetration, but in particular, when paired with either the wide angle beam or the torpedo from the same set, it gives you 25% crit severity that stacks up as you critically hit. So the thing is, the trilithium set, more details. The 2-piece is 5% firing cycle haste for energy weapons and plus 15 flight speed. The question is, do I want to take a hit for 5% firing cycle haste and 15 flight speed? And the answer is probably yes. I kind of really want that. But where are we going to take our hit to make room? I would be kind of inclined. Taking a 1% crit chance and a 12% crit severity hit to slot it seems like it feels steep, but I don't know. We want the active from this, so that's like, I would really not want to unslot that. I'm kind of tempted to maybe remove a vulnerability locator to slot the console for it. Not that Cat 1 is useless, and these don't seem to strangely have diminishing returns the way that they're supposed to. I don't know if diminishing returns got canceled by the devs at some point, or if there's like some bug in the code that's not causing these to stack diminishingly. But, you know, sacrificing Cat 1 damage is not something I'm thrilled to do. Although, let's see here. Let us check our traits and see if there's something that could be... Nope. And I want it because, let's see, what is it called? Well, it is called something arm. Like, oh... Or I guess where it was called an armaments. Something armament. Arm. Is it not in my inventory? Is it perhaps... You know what? The tooltip for this should tell me more details, what the other pieces of the set are. Reinforced armaments? So I was right about the arm. Why is it not showing up? Oh, because it is, it's an engineering console. So we have to unequip this, move this, disable the visuals because we don't want people to know we have Borg on board until it's too late. And then, there you are. Reinforced armaments. You are exactly what I was looking for, sir. Ma'am. Genderless object. Let's see here. Yeah, I suspect that the 5% increase could very easily make up for the hit that we just took to crit chance and our Cat 1 damage. It's hard to say though, but also it's very useful, the additional flight speed for, you know, getting around and getting the job done. So it's a little bit of quality of life too. So I don't honestly know what would be the best thing to strip, but, I'm sticking with that choice that I've made. Okay, let's see here. Anything else? Stations. Right, I do not believe our stations are quite sorted yet. No, they actually are, but I need to put them on the bar. Our duty officers. We'll go ahead and collect all of our AUX batteries, which were something that we made to interact with that space membrane console. What are we looking for? Active roster. So we do not need projectile officers anymore. This quartermaster is not actually that helpful for, unless we were to use a weapon battery. I don't think we're going to. Might stack. Could put in some more hull regeneration. And that would, help keep us alive, but what else? You know what? We'll see. Is anything selected? Quartermaster be gone. First of all, we need energy weapons officers. And I was cheap, so they're going to be blue. Chance for stacking crit severity buff, but this one's not locked to us. Crit chance buff, you get in there. Looking for the severity one. Severity. We could use a... Well, we should have plenty of get up and go with our build. We could slot the emergency con hologram who comes from the Phoenix price pack to, or an event. I think he was awarded as an event once upon a time, to cool down our evasive maneuvers whenever emergency power to engines goes off after it, which could be very useful, but also might be a little bit of overkill considering how speedy I'm expecting this ship to be. Hard to say. Let's see here. We want to retain our AUX to bat DOF for damage resistance and our get up and go. So quartermaster, I'm going to go ahead and replace you with a nurse. A purple nurse for 20% hull regeneration. Purple. All right. Do I want the con officer, or do I want even more hull regeneration just to make sure that we do not die? Specialization, con officer. This one. Also doing a little think. We honestly probably don't need it, because also this is a pilot ship. We have pilot maneuvers, We could totally go nuts, but I'm inclined for survivability at this time. We will find out if that was a regrettable decision later. Probably not, honestly. You can never have enough. You can never have too much survival. You can never be too alive. Okay, so we need to get our powers onto the board. So we added attack pattern beta 3, if I'm not mistaken, although it's already here. We may have added that as part of our torp thing. Scatter volley, still here. We removed fire at will. So chemosite-laced weaponry. What is this? Okay, that is good. Empty slot. I'm noticing emergency power to weapons is not on here, so we will move that in here. And I generally do favor emergency power to engines being triggered before weapons because, you know, you got to get there. So, you know, just a personal preference. Although you can always pre-buff this before you actually get into the conflict so that it's on cooldown so this can come up when you get to the enemies. But it's up to you. But I just put them in that order for, like, if I don't pre-buff it, I still want this to go off before this generally. Personally. Personal preference. Photonic shockwave is back on the board, even though I didn't specifically place it back, but you know, fine, it's fine. Okay, let's see here. Jam targeting sensors. We're probably going to want Clean Getaway to actually be further up because of it triggering Cold-Hearted. So we're going to actually make that our first control that gets triggered. I put the cannon scatter volley at the start because we want our cannons scatter volleying as frequently as possible. So that gives us the best chance of this getting re-triggered before the scatter volley falls off and we get a normal firing cycle. That's just to prevent delay. All right, this is on the board. This. Yes, yes, yes. I saw that. That's there. I believe I saw that in here. Yep. That's there. What is this? Jam. Yep. And then scramble. Yep. So everything appears to be on the board. Let us see here. We have, however, altered. I want tachyon drones here for much easier access. Enhanced battle cloak is not going to do us any favors. Because it doesn't interact with energy builds in a beneficial fashion. Weaponized helical torsion. You know what? I'm actually going to put this over here in the spams because I'm going to do it the long way though. The long way. Because it's very unlikely I'm going to be paying attention to setting that off. And for it to just like go off when we're near something is going to be useful. And it's not something that I'm going to like focus on making sure it does. Auxiliary battery we're going to remove because that was on here for specifically that torpedo boofing, that torpedo buffing console. And so we are not concerned with that at this time. I could put on another battery, but I'm not looking to consume at this time. Though I am going to have to start collecting all those batteries that drop from things and not consider them completely useless anymore. Let's see. Yeah, I think we are, well, okay. The one thing that we have to consider is whether or not we want graviton implosion charges, which is part of our debuffy build. Although we did not go as hard on that as we could have because we did not put on superior area denial. But it depends on if you're building for your team or if you're building for yourself, because superior area denial over one of these would, well, over one of these hastes, or if you aren't having trouble surviving, if you've got a tank, then Honor Dead could be replaced with superior area denial, and that would make this a crazy DPS, like, kind of glass cannon situation. We're not doing it. So it feels a little like it could go toward our intended theme of a whole bunch of debuffs, but one that is also very, very powerful is the Soliton Wave Impeller from the Ryzian Corvette, which is available in Mud's Market. It's not even part of a bundle. It's just individually available. Do not buy that ship though, unless it is on a 75% off sale, because it would be foolish to not, you know, like it actually, that is one of the ships, one of the items in the Mud's Market that will literally tell you do not buy anything from Mud's Market unless it's on sale. Basically, it says only a fool would buy this at full price. That is true for everything in the market, and that disclaimer should be on everything. So let's see here. This is known for being a very potent damage dealer. It is specifically known for single target because that is what it does. It is single target. The Phlogiston Projector is also known for being a good, it comes from the this last winter event ship, which is, I do not know the name of it. It is some sort of Fakiri Raider, but it's an AoE. So considering that we are doing a cannon scatter volley build, this would probably be, you know, better for the AoEs of things. But this is also good for the AoE of things because it has an AoE and it reduces the damage. I think we're going to go with this. I'm kind of curious about this because I think it could look cool with all this going off, and then this goes like wablam because it looks like just like a big phaser shotgun type of situation. But, you know, it's not phaser, it's fire, but, you know, we're going to leave it for now. Loadouts. Save to new loadout slot. Energy. Getter. Lovely. All right, let's take this puppy for a spin. We're going to go to Hive Onslaught. Advanced. Start. Ooh, quick response time. Now, since we are doing a scatter volley build, we are going to have to be a little mindful and keep things ahead of us. In the forward arc. Turn on a threatening posture because we are definitely going to be the thing that they are targeting. So we might as well, and it will increase our hull capacity, which will improve the potentiality of the potency of our hull regen. Oh, this little stowaway. That's a Jevnite hardpoint, which actually substantially increases your hull capacity. But we're not going to use that right now. I tend to try and hold on to those. Ooh, aggressive. I'm going to go ahead and actually cast this because we should be using our unconventional systems to keep that up. We're going to go ahead and activate our immunity thing because we're taking having a little hard time. Activate our tactical team-wide buff. Even though there is no team, it's still damage for us. Going to boost ourselves off over here. Very fortunate. Our tractor beam repulsors hold that torpedo where it can stick its damage. Oblivion. It said, "No thank you. We don't want any Girl Scout cookies." And normal cubes just, like, are gone. Bye, Sphere. Wow, this is hitting very hard. It's interesting, you know, yes, this was supposed to be designed to be a torpedo boat, but it is hitting like a truck as an energy boat. Something that could have been done with the command seat, not that it's not as useful, and And I don't know if it would be more useful to us, but Suppression Barrage 1 would be available at Lieutenant Commander. I think it reduces enemy damage output by 20%, which is not as impressive as the 50% of a level 3, but 20% less damage is nothing to scoff at either, now is it? You were a normal cube, so you stood no chance. I'm so sorry, sweetie. Your tactical brother, sister, whomever over here is going to make us work a little bit harder, but you normal cube, have perhaps less durability than a spear somehow. I kind of want to save our tachyon net drones for the queen. I would not want them to be on cooldown when we get to her. So we're going to hold off on that. And then also something that's very useful, and this is something that I wish I had thought of when I was showing off the Prometheus, the Hydra rather, which is, you know, a Prometheus styled ship, is that here's hoping we do not kill ourselves on this. No, 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 no. No. You take that and put it away. No, thank you. I'm trying to get us to an advantageous position so that our scatter volleys will... It is refusing to cooperate. I think it's trapped on the other side. that insta-kill orb. Let's cuddle it a little bit more because we do have our helical... Oh, well, I think it went off. Alright. What I was saying before is that I wish I had thought of the immunity drone that I'm currently using, the decentralized immunity. No, I need... Lady, not... I need you to go down in 10 seconds so I don't murk myself. Dang it. Oh, her shenanigans ruined us.
Destroy this vessel, and I will claim
But
another.
if you can burn her down in 10 seconds, then that decentralized immunity drone will... And I think that she may have... Yeah, she reset. How lame is that, right? That she resets, like, try again. I'm going to... fly around and... Nope. She wasn't done.
Your efforts are futile.
I was hoping that our decentralized immunity would come off of cooldown
Another.
from our unconventional systems, but our abilities were not wanting to cool down. Boimler does not always get the job done. Alright, well, it's available now. Let's try this again. Burning her down for reals this time. She's not scrambling us or whatever it was that she did before. Yes, that's how that was supposed to go. That's how that was supposed to go the first time. But the point is that decentralized immunity could be a way of burning her down without burning yourself down if you are using energy weapons. That is something I have not yet gone back to the Hydra to, you know, make a thing, but it is something that that particular console could be very good at. Alrighty. Doing a check for noms. So I do not know how long the stream has been for. Probably somewhere around 5 hours by now. 4 to 5. So I am going to call it here because we have done a science build, we have done a torpedo build, and we have done an energy build. So we have done quite a bit of showing off the ship and its potentials. And not every one of Neko's streams needs to be a all-day marathon. So what I hope that you guys are okay with, those of you who are still here with us, is I'm going to try to raid because I have attempted raiding before and the game was like, not the game, Twitch was like, error, cannot comply for whatever reason. And I would like to be capable of raiding somebody, right? First I need to figure out how to get back to the, is it perhaps this? Creator dashboard is probably, I am currently live, manage stream. Okay. Rate a channel. Channels you follow. Looks like none of them are currently online, so we are going to have to go looking. We're going to have to go looking for somebody who is streaming, preferably Stowe, right? Let's see here. And before we do attempt this raid, any of you who have not yet followed Neko, please follow the Bestest Neko channel. I need your warm bodies in the pile so that Twinch Senpai will respect me. Let's see here. Star Trek Online. Let's go see who is streaming. And if any of you have any suggestions for somebody that you think deserves our attention, then you let me know. Let's see here. Pretty sure Kitty Chaotica does not take incoming people. At least not the last time I tried. Bambi Sparkles may also not as well. KDF Romulan Mystery first playthrough for Bambi Sparkles. Xanacon Namero says, I know the ship like the back of my something. They are PC Xbox. What ship are they flying? I do not know because they are presently on ground. Okay, well, we're gonna pick this Hachero person and hopefully we can raid them. Raid a channel. Chero. Doing Star Trek Online. We're gonna make the attempt. Are we ready? We are unable to raid Hachero at this time. Well, you know what? I tried. We are... You know what? Xenacon Namero. That is almost something Neko. We're going to try and raid that person. Just because this might be something that needs to be looked into further. Do you have to be following somebody to be able to raid them? We are unable to raid Xenacon Namero at this time. Yep. You know what? Twitch just does not want me to raid, apparently, ever. So you know, y'all are not going to get the inconvenience or the fun of me sending you off into somebody else's tender mercies. You're going to have to find somebody else once you have had your Neko fill, which if you haven't had your Neko fill yet, then it's kind of, I guess you're going to have to look at the video on demand, or you're going to have to find the video on demands from the bestest Neko on YouTube. I also have a YouTube channel. I do need to make the link and put it in my description of Twitch. There's so many things that need doing. There's so much to do in so little time, and other things that require my attention. At any rate, I'm going to go ahead and call it here. I thank all of my viewers, especially if you stuck it out the entire time, but just in general, thank you for being here, and thank you for following, and I appreciate you, and I hope that you appreciate the content that has been provided. Yay! Okay, well, you all have a good more night to cover just like all of your possible time zones, and I will see you later. Bye-bye, meow.